Good morning, excuse me, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, May the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right, well, guys, there might be a problem. I just noticed here that I'm going to have to keep an eye on my top list did not update for a bit. I just had to do the account reset and it started. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that, let development know, okay? Anyway, what a morning so far. I know a lot of you have traded in the pre-market. I don't often trade in the pre-market, but this morning I did get up early enough. I'm on the West Coast, so it was a nice 4 a.m. rising for me. And I saw SNOA. Now, I know SNOA had a pop after hours yesterday. It's a virus-related play, something to do in Australia. And so I looked at this and I looked at the float and I thought, boy, this has got a bio written all over it. So anyway, bottom line is I took this trade right here. It was at 11:30. Then I sold some right up here at 14:20. I sold the bulk at 15:16. I have a little bit left just in case it does something really crazy like the A bio did at the end of the day when it got up to almost $20. So, you know, in fact, over $20. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, let me just do a check here because that's, well, it is updating now, but I'm going to pass this on. Just give me a second here. I just want to pass that on to development, okay? Okay, so let's take a look. I mean, there are other ones. Now, it's funny because Adapt, ADAP, I didn't think this one would do this, but it certainly did. This is a double here. So again, this is not a virus play, it's on positive data. CGC, guys, so the cannabis sector is getting whacked today. CGC came out with earnings before the market opened. It is getting whacked and is dragging them all down. TLRY. Oops, TLRY. Cron. Yeah, you just take your pick. They're all being hammered today on CGC's earnings. Let's take a look at what MJ is doing. And MJ is down, of course. That's the ETF for the industry. So all the goodwill that had been building up, looks like it's all going to fall back again for the cannabis sector. PRTY. Another one is gapped up, and let's see, announced transaction. Support agreement with holders, certain notes. Okay, so there's a little bit of news on this one. PTRY. It's a big gap up. It's a pretty big float too, 89 million in the float. FIO, another one. Lots of these bios, boy. FIO, positive data. This is not virus related, but this is another positive data released by PHIO. Look at the room it's got. You just have to look at our news. Ripping it up right there. Okay, pretty simple. Announces positive in VO data, etc., etc. Okay. MEIP, I think I can only find an analyst upgrade for this one. I don't see any other news for MEIP, an analyst upgrade. DXC is a pretty big gap down on earnings, DXC. Well, Mark, M-A-R-K, they had earnings release after hours yesterday. Initial reaction looked pretty positive. Look at this. Look at this. This is after hours. That mauve area, pretty darn positive. Market opens, kersplat. Now, I don't know if this has held its gains. Celsian had a nice little pop-up. It's coming back. Okay. Go ahead for phase 2. That is Celsian. There, I thought that, no, that's the 200, that's the week. That's not the 200-day moving average. Speaking about a bio is swoon mode right here. So this is starting to sink. It held its own after hours, actually. Started surprising. Held its own. But it is really starting to give it up now. But we'll see. I mean, this could easily. I mean, it's only one. It's exactly almost the same float as the other one, SNOA. Was there a financing? Sorry, guys. I got a little catch in my throat this morning. Excuse me. SMLP. Acquisition finalized. Finally, this has been ongoing for a long, long time. A lot of room. I don't know. Closes the acquisition of Summit Midstream Partners, so I don't know really what's going to happen here. It's not. It's 92 million. It's a reasonable float. You're into the more expensive stocks. Zscaler. Look at this one. Zscaler. This is almost a lifetime high. In fact, I think, yeah, this is a lifetime high now for Zscaler. This is an earnings play. Trill. Another one that is up. Another bio. And this is, yeah, this is not virus. Phase 1 dose escalation study. So this is up, another low float. Look at the airlines. Boy, look at Delta. I bet you they're all like that. I'm just hearing DAL in my ear. Take a look at the chart on Marvel, MRVL. This is another earnings play, MRVL. Another earnings play. Nice little breakout here. Look at this daily chart right there. Nice break above. Not an all-time high, but let's take a look on the monthly chart. How far back do I have to go? Yeah, you know, it's not an all-time high, but who cares what happened back in 2010? So for all intents and purposes, I mean, this is just really, really breaking out. Well, there's China, civil, and you got, yeah, Jefferson. I mean, there's all sorts of, I suppose, macro news going on. Keep an eye on GNUS. I have it here. It's up a little bit, 11%, huge volume. They announced, I think they announced the financing right here when the market opened, or no, while the market was open, sorry. That's what, this was flying high. Then all of a sudden they announced the financing. So it's kind of, anybody know quickly what the financing price is? Save me from having to, thank you very much, good. So it's above the financing price. Good, Enrico, thank you for that. All right, let me quickly go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. All right, actually not too many of each. few more upgrades to go. All right, there you have some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'll get the downgrades in now. Not very many downgrades, actually. All right, there are some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades from briefing.com. I'm sorry, Z, so you just took out a subscription to Trade Ideas? What I would do is I'd go to the live chat. Not me, I can't look at your account. I don't have access to that, so I'll have to send you to the home page and you can start a live chat. So I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. You took out a subscription? Okay. Well, you created a password. In order to sign up, you had to create a password and a username. But anyway, go to the homepage. Make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up for the service, okay? So they can locate your account. Okay, so far so good on my top list. I'm just looking at my top list here, this one, and it is it's updating 917. It is 917, so fingers crossed. Well, Dave, okay, once you have them on your screen, then you have to save them to the cloud. Okay, so if you're able to load them from the file load, it sounds like you're able to do that. It showed up here, then you're able to load. Now you have to save them to your cloud. You know, once you have them, then you have to save them to your cloud. Okay, so what else? I think I covered everything this morning. Let's see how CGC is doing. Boy, it's really dragging down the industry. Well, no. If you're loading each individual window, you have to load, you know, that's all you're doing. You're loading it so you see it on your screen, then you save it to the cloud, then you can bring back the windows one by one. Okay, to build a layout out of them if that's what you want to do. You won't be able to see it in any channel. I mean, it's not part of any channel. These are just individual scans that I have made available to everybody. And you load them and then you save them to the cloud. All right, guys, so I am going to be nagging at you today. The promo code. This will disappear Sunday night around 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So the 25% off. Probably won't have a discount like that until, I don't know if there's Father's Day in June. I can't remember anymore. Maybe there's a Father's Day. There might be one around Father's Day, but then the next one really won't be until the 4th of July. So take advantage of it if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. And again, you can always, oh, good. Now you understand, Dave? Good. No, it's in Canada too. I just couldn't remember. So there's usually, we have a little promo around Father's Day. I don't know if it'll be 25%. Sometimes it'll only be 20%. So you want to take advantage of the 25%. And remember, you can always start off with a standard subscription. Just to try us out, just a standard subscription right here, the monthly plan. The promo is only good for the first month, but if you decide that you really like us, so there it is, $118 a month, less than 25%. If you really like us and you want to upgrade, as long as you do it within 30 days, so if you upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, we will honor that promo code. Will it bounce? Oh man, I don't know. CGC, I mean, it's, the bets were being placed, as I call it. Well, maybe not really. Maybe not. Oh, actually, no. Look at yesterday's action in CGC. Everybody knows they're going to be releasing earnings. Tomorrow. Well, today, this morning. So everybody knew this, but look what was happening. It was getting bid up. It was holding the 200-day moving average, but it is now right through the 200-day moving average. So again, industry is in disarray. Yeah, I don't have the nerve halt because, okay, now I understand why I don't have it, but it's underneath 20,000 shares. I mean, let's take a look. I mean, if you really want to examine CGC a little bit more closely, I mean, so there's the 200-day, so it's way down below that now. Maybe there's some support around 16, in this area here, maybe. But it's got to be awfully disappointing because it looked like, the sector, this is, of course, one of the bigger names in the sector. It looked like the sector was really starting to get going. So it really didn't need that news from CGC this morning. Oh, no, I know. Me too. I mean, but if I were going to trade this, yeah, this is not, I'm not looking to swing this or anything. Look at the SPY though. Wow, the SPY is really taking, going to have a very weak open to say the least. We're down 100, oh, I'm sorry, that's from yesterday. Guys, okay, I don't think the top lists are updating. Well, I'm sure, yeah. I mean, the cruisers, NCLH, let's see, NCLH, American Airlines. I mean, they're all down. I mean, no, the airlines and the cruisers definitely are still in trouble. Second here. Guys, yeah, the top lists are not updating. We had this issue yesterday afternoon. I'm just trying to do a reset again. Okay, DXC. Yeah, that was gap down on earnings. Well, okay, here is on the daily chart, the next low looking left is 15. So let's see if that holds. If that takes it, if that doesn't hold, I mean, then you're looking, down in this area, 13 and a half or so. It's a big gap down. All right, guys, just a word from developers. Our top lists are not updating right now, so there's a server issue. So I think our alerts will be fine. The alerts are fine. It's just the top lists are not updating right now for some reason. Yeah, so I'm gonna, Chris, I'm gonna direct you to somebody in accounting. I can't actually answer that question, okay? I'm usually pretty flexible, but don't quote me on that, all right? Yeah, there's her email address. Yeah, it's just a top list. The AI should be fine. So when you say you're new, are you new to trade ideas or new to this trading room? And by the way, guys, I am going to put my... Okay, well, when you say find alerts, I mean, you're new to trade ideas, so you don't have anything loaded at all. I'm sharing a lot of scans. When you say where do you find alerts, that's kind of a pretty general question. By the way, guys, I am turning my two strategies on today. The reason I'm doing that is that we're experimenting with another new stop. It's based on the VWAP again, but we're taking a look at another stop. So I'm going to be auto trading my entries on the watch list up and down. Okay, I'm not saying you have to do the same thing, of course, but this is an experiment today. Okay, I'm going to get rid of these two. Oh, okay, this just popped back in. Hopefully the server is reset now. Yeah, it's not widespread though. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than 1 minute. Well, when I attached the symbol that's called optionable to I attached the symbol that's called optionable to that strategy, and it worked. NK showed up. I gave you a screenshot of it. Well, you got to get out of every position before the market opens. You can flatten out of everything, Chuck. All right, guys, the market's going to open in 1, 2, 0. We are now open. If I said optional as a symbol, I meant the symbol list. Sorry about that. Just quickly, I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is what you had. So I attached Very quickly, I attached the symbol list called optionable. They're right there, okay? And NK is in there. And I ran a history and NK showed up all those times. Well, I can't, on the CBOE, I can't help you there, Kimberly. All I can tell you is that if you attach the symbol list called optionable. But as I said, if like what is the goal though? Is it just do you just want to see optionable stocks? Is that the goal? Okay, then what you did was correct. Without messing around with symbol lists. Okay, all you had to do is, and you did it correctly. Sorry, you did it correctly when you put option volume today. So obviously, if there's option volume, then it's optionable. I mean, it's that simple. So I wouldn't mess around with symbol lists. You did it absolutely perfectly by just putting option volume today. Obviously, if it's 0, then it's not an optionable stock. All right, guys, SONA. So I still have a piece of this left. I'm fingers crossed for a big A-Bio move on it. Even A-Bio is coming back. I can't help you there, Kimberly. I ran the history on it. I showed you what happened. I ran the history. No, not that. Yesterday is not now, or it's not 2 days ago. But I ran it and I gave you a screenshot, and NK showed up. PHIO, guys, is still ripping here. Look at DXI continues down. So remember I was saying maybe would it hold this, and it did not. DXC is moving down. Well, Bioimagines right now. I'm just seeing if my top list is. Sorry, Kimberly, I really can't help you there. I mean, all I can do is I just showed you how, if you're looking for optionable stocks, never mind attaching a symbol list, okay? We could go crazy trying to figure out why it didn't work. I attached the symbol list called optionable that we have. NK is definitely in there. I showed you a screenshot. But if the goal is to look for optionable stocks, then use that filter and put, 500 or whatever you want in that as a minimum. Then you're only going to see optionable stocks, okay? Okay, UAL, as typically, I bet you they're all doing this. We have a little gap down for the airlines, and then, market opens. We have a little pop. Well, Kimberly, okay, I can, you know what? We're going to go round and round in circles on this. I showed you, if the goal is to just see optionable stocks, then you did it right. You have an option volume today, put a number in here. When we did a history on it, NK was there. We did a history and NK was there, so. I showed you a screenshot several times, so. Time, guys, 10-cent musical. This is a China stock. Yeah, China stock, TME. Nice gap up so far for TME. Okay, keep an eye on A-Bio, guys. Again, this was such a high flyer yesterday, $22. It rested right here in the pre-market. Looks like it's trying to pop a little bit. Why don't we move on from it and take a look at, I mean, you've got the right, as long as you don't make any changes, and if the goal is to see optionable stocks, just like I'm seeing here, then you're doing it right. You know, maybe just forget about why you, I don't know why you can't see NK, okay? But if you're not making any changes, you know, here are the, here are the filters that you're using. I ran the history on it, and NK showed up. So, well, DXE continues down, guys. DXE continues down off earnings. Remember I was saying this is a big area for maybe, I mean, I was saying maybe 1360 might hold it. Okay, well, CGC is actually popping. Look at the volume that came in, 3.6 million. Look at the volume that's coming in. A little bit of a move for CGC. Now, it did have an interesting reaction after hours, but boy, when the earnings were released, look at that candle. Yeah, it got halted on the way down. I'm all out of it now, guys. I said I only had a little piece left just in case it made that crazy A bio type move. Oh, I'm not exasperated. There's only so much I can do, though. Pure Storage. Oh, this is actually, okay. And this is actually an earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. Okay, guys, and it's typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, so just want to see things settle down just a little bit. TME, wow, look at the gap up here. So something's happening with TME. I don't see, okay. So this is kind of, no, it isn't. It's not an earnings play at all. Just the last headline I see, yeah, the last headline I see basically is from May 11th when they released earnings. But something's going on with TME. It's not a low float, 604 million in the float. Box earnings play from yesterday. It looks like we're having continuation. Had an interesting day. Moved all the way up to 21, sold down to 19 and a half, coming back again. Just give me a second here, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I put myself on mute just for a second. Sorry about that. So I was talking about silver. So I'm not sure when I put myself on mute, but I was just saying there's a disconnect between the market now. We've got the Dow down, but we've got Nas up. This is a reverse of what happened a couple of days ago. Well, it was halted. I'm all out of it, unfortunately. It got halted. Looked like it got halted on the way down. It's halted again. Okay, so Ramesh, I know it's a little confusing, but there are kind of two trading rooms going. What you can't see, this is what I call the main trading room with a lot more activity with traders. I can easily share scans in this room. You're in the YouTube feed, which is okay. If all you want to do is see my screen and listen to me, but I just popped in a link to get into I'll call it the more robust trading room. Okay, Bad Bob, I'll Kelly, and make sure you just give her the email address that you use to sign up, okay? All right, well, down goes a DAP, but Sonoma, not Sonoma, what is it really called? It is Sonoma, okay. Sonoma is still looking interesting. I wish I'd held on that little piece I had just in case it goes up to that 20 level. Another one on the move here, Zynga. Haven't seen Zynga for a while. ZNGA. Yeah, I bet you the silver. Well, actually, yeah, silver is the top sector right there. Looking at my sector list, there's silver right at the top. And gold will be strong. Should be relatively strong too. Silver and gold. And there's the ETF for the tech sector. So nothing will show up in my watch. I should have gone over this a little earlier. Go to new, channel bar. What time is it? 9:44. If you do it right now, there will be some alerts delayed until at least 9:45 in these two windows. So if you click on my windows, you'll get these three. Remember, it's a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yeah, Forum Merger 2, business associations. I don't know too much about these guys. I had a great day yesterday. FMCI, big volume. Doesn't trade very much. You can see that 1.9 million shares. That's 369 times normal. Okay, things have settled down a little bit. My basic new highs and lows goes crazy, of course, in the first 15 minutes. Big Lots is an earnings play, guys. I didn't mention this in the pre-market, but Big Lots is an earnings play. Released earnings pre-market. Nice pop up, but it's starting to give it up a little bit anyway. That's BIG. Sort of a gap up and reverse. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody mentioned I have a real with, excuse me, with Jagex. Yeah, I mean, I see what it's done. It's up huge. I get it. Huge volume. Seen this one before many times. Yeah, the only windows you're going to see are these three, okay, plus a couple of charts. The idea of Barry's windows is just to get you a focus on this. It's not the entire layout. It's just, the idea is just to get you to focus on my watch list. And of course, if you want any of the other scans, as you know, you just have to click on the scans tab. All the scans I'm sharing are here, or the room drive. Scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document, and you can look at them at your leisure. Yeah, it's a low float situation also with this foreign merger, 20 million in the float. You know, SNOA, it's still, I wish I had just that little piece I had left, but I don't have it anymore. It's popping over 15 now. Still, look at the disconnect, guys. I mean, the Dow's down, 45. NASA's up 53. SPY is basically neutral. But a little disconnect going on in the market right now. Ooh, that's an interesting one. You have a couple of monitors. When you click on a channel, it displays across two monitors. That is very interesting. I don't want to get into pinning because you can get into some real issues when you pin. I'm not sure how I can help you because that is obviously not supposed to happen. I have 3 monitors. Let me make sure, just want to see something here. So yeah, when I click on a channel, this is what happens. It does not go across all my monitors. Your toolbar should be in the upper left-hand corner when you do this. Now I'm mad. WW means worth watching. Well, SNOA is ripping higher here. Give me a second here. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I had to rearrange some things. AGen, okay, sorry, I see your post there, Fred, about AGen. Yeah, okay. In their YouTube room, Fred talks about AGen. What's the float? It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, but AGen, a little break over 3, AGEN. Yeah, wow, MRSN continues even after I guess they did a financing, right? They did a financing, I believe. They've shaken that off. Continues higher. Huge day a couple of days ago. Wednesday. That's Thursday. That's today. It should be almost instantaneous, TJ. I mean, it's not. My goodness, my goodness. This is what I kind of thought might happen to SNOA. Meanwhile, ADAP is going in the opposite direction. This is not shortable. Well, it just actually, it's funny. It just looks like it just turned shortable for me. Oh, maybe that was a delay. Yeah, there's a lot of shorts available for me anyway for ADAP. 500,000 shares approximately at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, yes. If you take it now, scan should start working. Exactly. Yeah, you have to load something, of course, but if you went to the channel bar and started loading some things from the channel bar, yes, everything will be working. Just make sure your username and your password are case sensitive. Okay, that's one of the big issues that we seem to have. People incorrectly filling in their username or password, not realizing it's case sensitive. The other thing is that make sure you complete the exchange agreements. You know, you have to agree with NASDAQ and NYSE, etc. There's a little box that says yes. That's another thing that people seem to miss. Okay, guys, so same process. Use the same, TJ, if you use the same email address to sign up that you use for the test drive, then and if you did save anything during the test drive, it'll all be there for you in the cloud, okay? Okay, guys, so I am in experimental mode here on auto trading. I'm going to auto trade my watch list up and down. That's these TGI just showed up. Okay, now what I'm doing is we've created a new stop. I can see it's quite a bit wider than the other stop. There's 88 cents. You don't have access to this yet. This is an experiment. I'm trying to widen the stop. Ugh, it's going to drive me crazy. I mean, I didn't have that much left of the SNOA, but if it hit $20 or 18, 19 or whatever, it was enough. That's exactly, Asher, that's exactly what my feeling was in the morning pre-market when I got up. And I looked at SNOA and I thought, people who missed out on ABIO yesterday might be piling into this one. Very similar float. And so, you know, I don't trade very much in the pre-market, you know, but I decided to take that one and man, no. Unfortunately, I'm completely out. I was going to hold on, but that move down kind of got me out. But I got in at 11:30, sold some at 14.20, and I sold the bulk at 15.16. So I really can't complain. It's almost $4. I really can't complain, though I'm going to all day. If it hits, 20, halt it again. Nice call for Red in the YouTube room. That's what I'm talking about right there. Fred called Agent 298. What made I think what made me think that the news for SNOA was good? Well, it's a virus play. I mean, yeah, just the chart. I wanted to see why it popped. So, the minute, listen, doesn't matter almost what these companies come out with, if they include, we're doing something with the virus. I believe in it. It's an Australian play. I think they got approved for something sanitary towels or something like that. It doesn't really matter though. Yeah, and just playing the chart and thinking, okay, it's the psychology of investors, traders, not investors. The psychology of traders. I mean, I missed the I did not take ABIO yesterday at all. Okay, it just ran too far. For me, it was just, I just couldn't get in it. So other people like me who missed ABIO yesterday were wondering, okay, I wonder what could be what could be an ABIO equivalent today. And so again, when I got up this morning, I was greeted with this. I'm sorry, with this after the after hours action. So, and it's a virus play. So there you go. Well, it's not that I don't. It's not that I think they've cured the virus. That's not the point. The point is that it's a virus play, and so traders, they're just going to hop on, even if it means nothing tomorrow. And the stock goes back down to zero. I'm not saying it's going to. Today it's having its day, and it's a super low float. Yeah, it's all about the float and COVID. Don't stay overnight. Exactly. I'm not marrying these. Look at Triumph. Wow, what a strange day Triumph had. I did take yes. This is in my watch list down. It's the only thing that is triggered so far. May not get too many in the up if the market keeps moving down, but yeah. So much for a quiet Friday. So yeah, so this is what I saw this morning. Up big. This is what I saw. Up big on the nod in Australia for disinfectant. Okay, that's all traders see. That's all they see. Yeah, there's no such thing as sell and man go away anymore. Market's active all year round. I mean, obviously maybe slightly slower in the summer, but not really. Not with the computer trading and all. Well, a low float is preferable, Danny, if the stock is in play, as I always call it. Okay, if the stock is in play meaning it had some news. It's either maybe an earnings play or it had news. It put out a press release, so it's in play. So it almost doesn't care what the rest of the market is doing. It's having its day. So a low float. That's why you won't see a 233% increase in Facebook on any given day. Okay, because Facebook has 2.4 billion in the float. So it's going to, unless it has the most incredible news going. But they can go up. They go up quickly, but they can go down just as quickly, if not more quickly. with the low float, because eventually when people want to start really taking profit and there's nobody left to chase it with that low float, it can just collapse very easily also. So that's why, I always say, if you're into one of these stocks, you cannot, go downstairs and think you're making a quick cup of coffee and a piece of toast and come back in 10 minutes. I would say that a low float means that probably no institutions own the shares. Institutions don't generally get into any of these, they can't buy enough shares to make it worthwhile. You generally do not see institutions involved. One moment, please. Okay, you guys, okay, I am not a big ETF player, all right? So I'm probably the wrong person to talk about ETFs. To be honest, I can't remember the last time I traded an ETF. But, I mean, in disarray, as I say. Yeah, I'm not, and thank you, Goods. I'm going to miss you, Goods. Are you not going to show up at all? I know you start back at work on June 1st, but does that mean you won't be in the room at all? Okay, good. Okay, again, Z, you probably, I can give you, you can use the web-based version. I actually have, for Mac users, I've created this little link for you, okay? There are 3 ways you can use, this is a PC application. You can use it on the, but unfortunately, when you say plug it into E-Trade, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about just allowing the linking? Because on the web-based version there is no linking, unfortunately. You cannot link with our external linking tool. Your best bet, if you're willing to do it, because the app is way more powerful than the web-based version, is to invest in a program like Parallels or something, so you can have PC applications. Okay, so again, if you go to the home page and explain what the issue is. Okay, this is for a tail designer. I mean, I can try to help, but I'm definitely not the technical expert. I mean, I have some knowledge, but it depends what's going on. Oh, there you go, John. Yes. The standard version, does it include the testing? Are you talking about the back testing, John? Our back testing? Okay. Okay. Well, if you've got VMware, then you can just download the app from the home page. so that eventually you'll have a toolbar that looks like this. And then I'm sharing a lot of scans. Nice one, Fred. Yes, nicely done, Fred, on the AGEN. Very, very nice. Once in a blue moon, Bart. I'm not a big swing trader. Once in a blue moon. The only way I'll hold something after hours. I'm going to just a second here. I just want to check something. The only way I'll hold something after hours is if you look at this. This is what I go over sometimes. I don't talk about it too much, but my 4 rules for swing trading. You know, just very, very quickly. It has to have like a lot of room, you know, on the daily chart, daily, weekly, monthly chart. You know, obviously this one does. Check to see where the 200-day moving average is. If it's far enough away, I don't care if it's above it as long as it's far enough away. I will not hold through earnings, and I want the stock to close near the high of the day. I mean, those are my rules, but I'm not a big swing trader. Even the other thing, I'm a little wary of holding bios. You know, they're always, especially those smaller bios, you never know whether they're going to spring a financing on you. But you can download that if you want. Well, I don't do it very often in terms of buying. Yeah, you have Brokerage Plus. Yes, you do have. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a bit of a challenge. I'm trying to monitor 2 trading rooms here. I don't do it very often, Bart, but today I decided to take that SNOA, you know, and I think I explained why. It was more psychologically that I think traders were looking for another A bio from yesterday, and it was a very low float. So I don't do it that often, but today I did. So I'm going to just flatten out. This is just an experiment, okay, that I'm doing here. I took these. This is on the auto trading. Make sure I didn't do something. Yeah, they're both on. Okay, just nothing happening in the watch list up yet. And again, with the market moving down, that makes sense to me. So what you're seeing here is Brokerage Plus, and I'm on simulation trading mode. Okay, this is in the simulator. And this is part of the standard service. So if you're new to trading, it's a great way. Not available with the web-based version. Okay, you have to have the app. The market continues to move down a little bit. So you're trying to trade your live account? You're trying to trade your live account, JB? Okay, so what you're saying is you're trying to use the buy button on the chart, but nothing is going through. True? Did I say true? Going through? No. That's not what you're saying. No. Okay. Oh, you're talking the buy and sell button here. You're talking about these. So, I mean, obvious question. You are connected. Oh, I see. So when you right click on the chart and trade, okay, well, it depends now. And you are connected. You are 100% sure that you are connected to Interactive Brokers. You should get the caps off. JB, get the caps off. Okay, so it's connected and you're on the right port and all of that. Okay, that sounds like the right port. Okay, now the only other thing I can think of is that what is the offset that you're using? Because sometimes, you know, if a stock is moving quickly, what is the offset? Okay, I thought I'd stump you on that one. Okay, so when you oh, you were just doing this all manually. I'm sorry. You're just doing this completely manually. Manually. Oh, I see. So you're not using a trading strategy at all. And you're going in at the market? Okay, before you connect to your live account, make sure it works in the simulator, okay? So go back to the simulator just to make sure, okay? You don't want to mess around in a live account. So for instance, you know, if I want to take this AGE, I'll take 300 shares. I'll go into the market. The spread is okay. So it just took 300 shares at $1.62. Okay. I just want to make sure, at least in the simulator, that it's working for you. Okay. He's not, but he's saying he's not using the buy button on the chart. That's what I was asking. He says he's talking about these big buy and sell buttons and just doing it manually. And he says he swears that it's connected to the right port. If you click on a symbol, though, the chart should change. Okay, that just happens to be the default. Okay, Rum. Let me, because I think I see what you're talking about. Or here, you see it defaults to, you're probably on the web-based version, right? But the minute you click on a symbol, it should change. As long as you're getting these. Okay, it's always going to default to some symbol, okay, when you start off. But just click on, but you know, once you get a symbol loaded in here, just click on it, and then the chart should change, because it's linked. The symbol linking, it's linked, okay. Okay, so you are trying to send it through the chart. Okay, I thought you said no, no, no. Are you? Let me understand. Are you using the buy button on the chart to do this? Okay, you said no, no, no. Okay. Well, now, what strategy are you trying to trade? You have to have a strategy, and then you have to designate, if you're going long, you have to designate one of the long strategies as the way in which you want to trade using the buy button. So for instance, you know, chart long $100 risk, that's what I named it. And if you noticed, I checked default chart long strategy. So that means that if I use the buy button on the chart, it's going to follow these rules that I set up here in the tab. So you have to have one of the strategies checked as the way in which you want to trade on the chart. It's got nothing to do with 100 shares at the market is your default. You have to have, you have to designate one long strategy as the way in which you want to use that buy button. See, I have some long strategies here. Okay, so you're right clicked and you checked it, default chart long strategy. Okay. Well, the next thing then is this is what I was talking about, the default or the limit offset. What is if you go and order details, what is your limit offset? Because I have -10. What that means is you might want to take a trade right off the bat. You say, okay, I'm going to trade this. Say you wanted to get in at 431, but the stock is moving really quickly. And so even though it is, doing it as quickly as possible, trying to execute the order, some stocks are moving so quickly. And so there's where that limit offset comes into play. So for instance, if you had a -2 cent, that would mean if the stock moved from 431 to 434 immediately, you wouldn't have a fill because it's outside. Does that make sense? That might be the reason. Well, if you want to ensure some fills, but you know what I would do? Before you do that, JB, please use the simulator first, okay? And make sure you're getting fills using the simulator before you connect to your live account. Oh, okay. No, Rum, unfortunately, Brokerage Plus only works with interactive brokers. Okay, now what you're seeing here is the simulator in action, which has got nothing to do. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. But if you want to actually use this screen as an order entry tool for a real account, that real account has to be interactive brokers. Give me a moment here, please. Well, okay, listen, obviously we have this nice little module here. A lot of people will be using this for simulated trading, okay? It's not mandatory that you use Brokerage Plus to trade. Okay, with Quest Trade, I used to have Quest Trade, so unless you're literally wanting to, get into one-click trading, but typically what I would be doing is I'd be clicking on the symbol. It's going to load in my order entry in Quest Trade. Typically, for me anyway, I think people get a little bit hung up on, oh my gosh, it's moved 2 cents. I'm too late. Okay, if you're going to get into a trade, it should be something, in my opinion, that has some room to move, so that not getting in, getting 2 cents or 3 cents later on is not the end of the world. I also like to examine a little bit more. If I look at MNLO, okay. So I'm going to look at the weekly, I'm going to look at the daily. Does it have room? So I'm not so hung up on getting in right at the time of the alert. Consequently, you can use any brokerage platform then. To make your trades. It's not mandatory that you have Brokerage Plus. It's just a nice add-on. And if you want a paper trade, yes, absolutely. But that's got nothing to do with whatever brokerage platform you have. think people, yeah, people get a little, not uptight, but I mean, I feel like I'm sometimes just explaining it wrong. People come away thinking, well, if I don't have interactive brokers, I can't use trade ideas. I mean, nothing could be further from the truth. FMCI, I see that it is still alive and kicking here. Give me a second here. Okay, so Ashley, I saw you sent it to me and I can explain it to you. Okay. Okay, Ashley, are you still in or Asher, or is it Ashley? Sorry, just a minute. Gotta make sure it's right. I'm trying to answer an email, guys. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I have to answer this email, okay? Okay, I'm back. Okay, there are no drawbacks, okay, for me, but I understand what I'm doing. I'm in a free trading room, and of course, what I try to demonstrate, most people who have Brokerage Plus We'll be using it as a simulated paper trading module, okay? I mean, there are, of course, we've got people with interactive brokers, but we have lots of new people always coming in, and so the idea is to really demonstrate how to use the simulated trading, okay? The other thing is that, see, I don't trade that much. So consequently, you know, for me to look at Macy's as an example, you know, it doesn't matter to me if I get in, if I wanted to take it now at 675 or 677 or 680. It's not going to be the end of the world. So consequently, I just use my order entry with NIB, Interactive Brokers. Okay. If I were in, you know, very rarely am I in more than 2 trades at the same time. So it's easy enough for me just to, you know, handle my trades like that without needing, you know, Brokerage Plus. You know, if I were somebody who was, you know, in 5, 6, 7 trades at a time, absolutely. But for us as a company, it's more important to demonstrate, you know, using Brokerage Plus in simulation mode. So that's what I do. That make sense? And I will never get into the mode of flipping back and forth, okay? Never, 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 never. And I don't think anybody should do that. You can get too confused. Am I paper trading this? Is it in my real account? You know, you got to pay, so when it's your money on the line, you've got to pay all sorts of attention. And so because I really can't pay, you know, I can't devote 100% of my time to trading. You know, that's even more important that I don't do something like that. Well, I have urges is here. Well, I don't know. I mean, this is obviously in the aviation sector. It's a big, big, big break here on that daily chart. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be. It's actually having earnings Monday morning before the market opens. So some bets are being placed right now. Don't do it, JB. You honestly, I mean, you get distracted, and you know, you take 5,000 shares in your simulator, and that's what you think you're doing. You've taken $5,000 in your live account or something. You know, I'm not saying, you know, I don't know. It doesn't really matter what your account size is, but you know, you tend to maybe go a little bit more in the simulator just because you can. Well, it's not surprising to me. I'm not getting anything in the watch list up yet, with the market being down like this. For anything to trigger my watch list up, it has to be above yesterday's high. So this is actually Lovesac here, LOVE, is actually in the watch list. And it would trigger, but I guess the volume, I think I have a minimum volume of 150,000 shares. Yeah, 150,000. So you can see the minute it's only at 120,000 right now. The current volume, yeah, it's just a little bit over 1. So this filter is not being met yet. That's why it's not triggering, even though I'm looking at my watch list. LOVE, no, it's the company name, LOVE. I hope you're just kidding. That's the name of the company. I but I do get it. Okay, Stalker 44. Oh, I'm getting more technical questions than, and it's unfortunate. Bill, who is our real solid technical expert, he is off today. But that might be something else. So when you click the channel item, so you're going into the channel bar, and what's happening? This has nothing to do with IB, of course, but what's happening when you're not getting any screens loading? And oh, that's weird. Nothing's loading. Is it grayed out or something? When you say nothing is loading, no windows are loading at all from the channel. Going through channels, nothing is loading. And you swear, I always have to say this, you swear you've got a green ball. How about, indulge me here. You know how to load something from the cloud? If I give you a link, can you load it from the cloud? Okay, so if you click on a symbol, it'll load into the single stock window. Okay, so you're linked with IB. You have to be linked, of course, with IB through our external linking tool. Okay, but you're trying to tell me that if you click on new channel bar and you're clicking on these channels, you're getting no windows at all. Like, what happens is it's just like nothing. I mean, literally nothing. Boy, that's a tough one. Nothing. So it's not just that there's nothing in the windows. You're just literally clicking and no windows are loading. No chart, no single stock window, no nothing. Nothing. All right, so let me try this. Okay, so you know how to load a cloud link? I want you to load my basic new highs and lows, okay? I want to see, number one, if that loads for you. If there's something going on in that channel bar that I'm not aware of course it's not happening for me, so it's really hard for me to understand. I don't think, okay, so are you talking about linking? When you say linking to Fidelity, I think we have an issue. Anybody in the trading room that has Fidelity, does our external linking tool work with Fidelity? I think I've seen in the past that it doesn't work. So you've never been able to link using our external linking tool with following the instructions? Yeah, have you tried? Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, then I guess we don't. Then it doesn't link. Yeah, I mean, it's just some programs for whatever reason, we just can't establish a link most of the time just by following our linking tool. Linking only means, I want to explain again what linking means. Linking means this is that we link with a lot of platforms, okay? And it's a time saver. That's all it is. If you can establish the link between the platform that you're using, then basically then when you click on a symbol, it just loads into your order entry. So you don't have to type it in all day long. It's not trading it for you. It's not doing anything else. All it is a time saver. So I mean, which is, a big time saver if you're clicking on, symbols like mad all day long. If you're not clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it's not the end of the world. I mean, you get an alert, so you type it in. But we do link with so many platforms. But I guess for some reason, Fidelity is not one of them. Yeah, and I understand that they meaning the brokerage platforms, they don't care whether we link with them or not. So it's not like you phone up Fidelity and say, hey, Trade Ideas doesn't link with you guys. They're going to go, huh? Okay. Okay, so Crypto King in the YouTube room. So you're just talking about one. I can give you the basic new highs and lows as an example. Well, guys, I'm glad I had my nice pre-market trade. I really haven't been able to trade. A lot of questions this morning, which is fine. Yeah, you'd have to get that from him. He sells them. Okay, Warrior sells those. I can give you a momentum scan that is probably pretty similar, but he sells them, so we don't have those settings. But I can give you a. Give me a second here. Yep, there's a momentum scanner. Okay, so stock ticker, you must be, when you sign in your account, I think what's happening is you're going in down here, okay? This is where you have to put your username and password, okay, up here. And it's case sensitive, not down. You're still signing in demo mode or something. It's up here where you put your username and password. Good morning, Lolita. From account, login, right here. There's where you're going to use there's your login up here. I think what's happening is you're going down here. I'd like to see this separated. Well, it is 10:40. Normally around 10:30 is when I start this. But first of all, if you're new to the trading room, welcome. This is the format every day, well, not every day, Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. Yeah, Lolita, I cannot give you any I cannot help you on that. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm sorry. You know, I just can't give you advice like that. John, this is what I would do, okay? And I'm gonna pop this into the both rooms, okay? 20 short video lessons, okay? And I'm gonna pop this in here also. And this is what it looks like, okay? So we've got these 20 short video lessons. They're quick and to the point. You know, what is a top list? Build a top list, an alert window, on and on and on. The bottom three, you know, all about Brokerage Plus. So I would encourage you, if you're new to Trade Ideas, to take a look at those videos. You know, it says 20 videos in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace. So if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. And unfortunately in the YouTube, I cannot share the scans in the YouTube feed. Unfortunately, it just doesn't lend itself to it, okay? So, sorry. But if you find the scans tab within the trading room, here are all the scans that I am sharing. Okay, hopefully they're labeled names so they make sense to you. You can pick and choose which ones you might want. If you go to the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder, scans that I share, download. Those will go to a Word document. And then you can look at everything at your leisure. The links that I'm going to talk about, including the training links, Trade of the Week, all those things, you can download also. And they'll all go to a Word document. Yeah, you can, Gold Miner, you can download Trade Ideas to as many devices as you want. You can, but the only thing is you can only load it Trade Ideas one device at a time. Okay, so you can use it on a tablet, PC, of course, a laptop, absolutely. But you can only load it one at a time. Okay, let's talk about some of these links here. So the top link, again, actually, let me go to subscriptions. So there is the promo code, okay? That promo code will disappear Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So know the time zone you're in, okay? So 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, and the promo will be all over, okay? And that's 25% off. If you click on the link, and there's the promo code LOVE2DRIVE. And this is how much Trade Ideas costs. Basically, they have 4 plans. The premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 25%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The huge difference is the AI, you know, so if you're going to take the premium subscription, it's because you want to see the AI, and I'll go over that in a little bit. You do not have to start off with a premium, or even an annual plan. You can try us out. You know, a standard monthly, $118 a month, less that 25%. The discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you like the program a lot and you want to upgrade, say from a standard to a premium or from a monthly to a yearly, if you do it within 30 days, we will honor that 25% promo code. So it's a great way to try us out. You know, I would never, ever, ever, and if you don't know the program, I mean, you know, I would not hop into a premium yearly. So let's talk about some of the other links. Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do it, and you can subscribe. All these links, you know, you just subscribe to them. Daily video, I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. You should have the latest version of Trade Ideas. If you have the single stock window open and you don't have the similar tab, then it means you're on a very, your version is pretty old. Also, if you don't have the buy and short buttons on the chart, so I would encourage you to download the latest version. I've already talked about the 20 short video lessons, okay? I encourage you to watch them. The training link is sort of the overall training link, which also has those 20 videos, but it has other things in it also, including all the webinars. You can register for all the webinars here, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. And they're all archived, so you can watch them at your leisure if you can't attend them live. Next test drive. Don't know when it's going to be, but if you want to sign up for it or get a notification when it is, we just finished it last Friday. We had over 4,000 people sign up for the test drive. And so the next one, I don't know when it's going to be. It usually they're 3 months apart. So if that holds, then it'll be sometime in August, but no guarantees. But if you fill this in, basically, then you'll be notified when it will be. The test drive for $8.99. We gave people access to up to 10 trading days with Trade Ideas with our premium service. We have some ebooks here. You can click on that link. A lot of ebooks that we created within Trade Ideas. And also for Mac users, there are a lot of people who have Macs. And this is a PC-based program, but there are 3 ways in which you can use our program if you are a Mac user. So you can click on that link. Oh, ADAP is right back up, guys. Okay, now I do want to talk about the AI. Okay, All Trader, yes I can. Those are the questions I love. A link to the promo code and the subscription pricing. The subscription link. How do I maximize my TI window full view? So, Al, this is what I do. I mean, I load the windows one by one. Okay, I don't know how many monitors you have. How many monitors do you have? You're just waiting for... Wow, the SPY, yeah, SPY continues down. Okay, so you have one monitor. So you want to have Trade Ideas filling up your entire screen? Is that what you want? Okay, so you can see my monitor, right? You can see what I'm sharing. Just waiting for an answer, okay. All right, so this is how I start because all the windows can be sized. So basically that's all I've done. You can drag the window. I can make it as big as I want. So what I do is I get the windows that I want, and then I just size them all around the screen as I want. If I want to fill it, as you can see here, I filled up my entire window, my monitor, and I've just sized it by dragging everything. I put my toolbar in the top left-hand corner. Okay. If I save now my layout, this is what you should see every day. The other thing I would do, and this is also for people with multiple monitors. If you have multiple monitors, this is something I should go over more often. So what I do, you can see here are my Trade Ideas windows that you see, okay? But I also have Trade Ideas scans and windows on my other monitors. You know, obviously there's this one, the spider sector list. So what you do is you put your toolbar in your top left-hand corner of what will designate as your main monitor. In your case, Al, it's just one monitor. Then arrange, of course, all the windows as you want them, and then put all the windows as you want them on your other monitors. Once you've done that, then click on Tools, Options, and then where it says Layouts, check Open relative to main window and save. Okay, once you do that, then when you exit Trade Ideas and then you re-enter, load Trade Ideas again, all your windows will be exactly where you want them. Okay? Hey, just a minute. Okay, so obviously I was just yeah, I'm gonna exit out all these. Okay, so I'll keep this one going. This was auto trading on the entry of DAP. Again, I'm testing a new stop. Okay, I'm testing a new stop. This, I guess, I must have just I was just showing how to use the buy button, or I did a test trade here for somebody. Obviously, I would not. I would not still be in that trade. This was just a test trade. It's just it's based on the VWAP again. In fact, well, I can see right here, it's exactly the same, but I'm just trying to see if there's massive differences between them. I know this morning, well, here's one, okay? It's taking into account maybe the stock's volatility a little bit, okay? Because there's, you know, there's the stop 155 and here it is, the old one is 51 cents. This is just an experiment that we're going through. Always trying to improve the stop. Sometimes it's going to be pretty close to, well, in fact, that's very close. Well, traders coming out of it, what happened to it? I mean, it's just, you know, people bailing. You know, it's such a, remember I was saying it's such a low float that, I mean, once people stop buying it and want to sell it, you know, with that low float, there's going to be a scramble to get out. Somebody asked, why do I have 5 charts the same? That's because there are 5 time frames. 5-minute chart, 15, daily, weekly, monthly. Okay, if your screen is dark, this is probably what you have to do, okay? B-I-G-O, big O, big O. Use Chrome. You should be using the developer of the room says to use. His advice is use Chrome as your browser, number one. Okay, so I don't know what browser you're using. And if you are using Chrome as your browser, then more than likely what you have to do is to disable your hardware accelerator. So the ellipsis up here, the 3 dots, if you're using Chrome as your browser, then you click on it, go to Settings, and scroll down to Advanced. And then where it says Use Hardware Accelerator when available, uncheck it and then relaunch. For some reason, some people's systems, when they have their hardware accelerator on, doesn't allow you to see my screen. Okay, so try it and let me know. That's the only other thing I would have suggested is do a refresh, but that doesn't seem to work. You know, there's a refresh icon beside the gear icon up in the top right-hand corner of the trading room. All right, guys, let me talk a little bit about our AI and Brokerage Plus. A lot of questions this morning. I feel like I'm in a test drive again. So basically, this is what our AI is all about. We have about 50 what we call baseline strategies. At the end of today, the AI will take a look at every strategy. This is not one of them. But if it were, takes a look at the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters in place and starts making adjustments maybe to the values within the filter. You know, here's a price between 1 and 30. Maybe it makes a change. Maybe it makes another change. Maybe it takes a filter out, adds one in, and goes through what we call our optimization procedure, our backtesting and optimization procedure. Even to do one, you know, I used to use our back tester before I was moderating the room, but it's just a very tedious procedure, and I just don't do it anymore. Well, imagine you had 50 of them to do. So obviously that's what a computer does. So at the end of today, the AI will run through that optimization procedure. Monday morning, we'll be presented with the strategies that made the cut. These are the ones that made the cut today from the AI. These bottom four always make the cut. It's this Neo. It doesn't really matter what the profit factor or win percentage is. That's why it's a little more aggressive. But typically making the cut means a win percentage of at least 60 and a profit factor of at least 2. So if you have the AI, and basically you load this window from the toolbar, new, AI/Holly strategy trades window, and Monday morning you have it loaded. It'll be blank, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. So look what happened here. This is why I like this. You know, I consider this more of a watch list than anything. So there was the entry, 3801, got stopped out, but then turned around. Is that right? Yes. I mean, look at this. So it got stopped out and then turned around. There was a re-entry at 3821. I mean, look at it now, 3183. That's why. So it's up 16%. So sometimes, you know, maybe the alerts don't work right off the bat, but this little re-entry, as I was mentioning yesterday, can be a really excellent column to keep an eye on. And how this works is basically there's no magic really behind it. The entry price and the exit. So halfway between, that's why you see a number immediately. But you will not see a reentry time unless a stock actually hits the stop. Doesn't necessarily have to get stopped out as a reason, but just at any point during the day, if a stock hits this stop price and then comes back to the reentry price, you'll get an alert in the reentry time column. So you can see right off the bat, this got stopped out, but then there was a reentry. And if you were following 3821 for a reentry, I mean, my goodness, it's down to 31 now. A second, please. Yeah, just one moment, please. I'm just sending an email here. Just one moment, please. Okay, just one moment, please. I just want to put myself on mute for a second while I answer an email, okay? So, okay, who asked that question? Sorry, somebody asked me, is that layout available? That was you? Oh, the layout, Kimberly? Are you talking about this? This? No. Okay. What layout are you talking about? Very powerful, guys. So if you don't have the reentry time column, these are just columns, okay? I would encourage you to add these. You know, I mean, we saw about 2 yesterday that would have worked very well also. Oh, so you want this one, Kimberly, okay. So you have our premium service, Kimberly? This is part of the AI. Yeah, this is part of our premium service. You could always try us out for a month to see if you like it with the 25% off, you know, if you like it, but you know that's entirely up to you, of course. Okay, what else? Just saw a... Yeah, so the smart stop is something that I think we're just going to get rid of, Frank. It's not based on any, I call it science, okay? The VWAP stop is based on a little more analytics, okay? And we're really, really trying to develop a better stop, okay? If you notice, a lot of the smart stops are 25 cents. There's no science in that. Well, you're seeing it right now, Trader Pro. I am, because again, I don't often do it, but I mean, what I'm doing here is I'm testing this new smart stop. Oh, this not smart stop. I'm testing this new VWAP stop. You see, it says new there. I'm testing it, so that's why. So right now, I have what I do is in the strategies. I've got my watch list up, watch list down, watch list up, watch list down. One is long, one is short, of course, and I've turned them on. Okay, strategies enabled. Okay, so that is how, this is why, so they are auto trading the entries in these. That's how, you know, that's basically all you do. You have to create the strategy and then turn them on. And then Again, I wouldn't typically do this, but I've been asked to test this new stop. So just wanting to see how it works. So I see I got stopped out of the ADAP. I'm going to have to pass this on to Michael. Just a minute. Okay, and I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a lot more detail, guys. It's just, I'm a little behind. Just for whatever reason, today is question day, which is fine. Yeah, you can't. Street Bob, okay? I would like to see an option coming with our charts down the road. I mean, listen, my standard answer is that the reason I can do it is to try to make it more visible for people, of course, seeing my screens, all right, my charts. But we're not a full-blown charting program. I mean, obviously, if this were a full-blown charting program, you could do a lot more with the font, color, size, and all that. Yeah, Dave, I'm going to ban you if you say anything more. All right, guys, so let me talk about Brokerage Plus, okay? Brokerage Plus, everything I'm saying right is part of the standard service until I tell you it isn't, okay, regarding Brokerage Plus. So to load Brokerage Plus and it's only available in the app, the desktop app, okay? It's not available in the web-based version. So from the toolbar, click on New, and then Brokerage Plus, and the window will pop up. Now you'll probably have, I'm sure you'll have different column headers. If you right click on any column. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. So the columns that you have if you right click on a column header and then click on columns, here are all the columns that you can have, okay? You just scroll down them all, pick and choose what everyone's want. This is what I like. Within the Brokerage Plus window, here are the here are the tabs. You click on New, and here are the tabs you have. So, two ways to use Brokerage Plus. Probably the main way for a lot of people is going to be as a paper trader, simulation trading, okay? And all you do is check that, and then it's using our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage platform you have, okay? You can connect. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can then actually trade your account using this. But it doesn't matter if you don't have an interactive broker's account, you can still use trade ideas, okay? This is just, this is just a different order entry that you could use. Obviously, if you don't have an IB account, You just use use whatever your brokerage platform order entry is. So in the simplest way, what I demonstrate all day long is a simulator in action. Okay, just a minute. Hungry cat. So I demonstrate the simulator in action all day long, okay? And the simplest way, the simplest way to use is if you click on an alert. So there's love. I guess it must have taken it. Yeah, it took it. This is that's exactly how the auto entry works. Or auto trading works. You know, I remember I've got this one on. Turned it on. So that's why it took love. See what it's doing right now, 1865. Okay. But what is the stop? 50. Yeah, I'm seeing the stop is, there's really not that much difference. You know, this is supposed to be, I think what happens is it may, after a certain time, I think what happens is if it's more for the early alerts, because, you know, early on in the day, of course, stocks can be very whippy. And I have a feeling that if we looked at this new stop that we're experimenting with earlier on, there'd be quite a difference between the old stop that we're using. But that's why we're experimenting. But in the simplest way, let's take AGEN to use this. So let's say I wanted to buy AGEN. Yeah, buy 300 shares. I'll go right in at the market. The spread's fine. It's only a penny spread, so I went right in at the market, bought it. So it took it at 348. Okay, simple to do. If you were going to short it, you would sell it. And then, of course, now you can start monitoring how well it's doing. Okay, there's your P&L going right there. Max P&L. I love having this. You know, if you're going to use our simulator in order to really practice trading, you know, it shouldn't use that as a toy. You know, just some video game. Look at the max P&L for instance, okay? So the AGE, even though I was just, you know, demonstrating how to take a trade, but at one point my max P&L was $55. When I closed it out, I had lost 76. So obviously what you should be doing is keeping an eye. You know, you don't want to ever allow, you know, $55, that's a $130 swing. You don't want to have that. So you keep an eye on your max P&L, and if it starts moving down, you know, you have to make a decision. Do I get out of this trade or not? Or do I get out of half the trade? These are hotkeys. So flatten gets you out of the trade. This is getting out of half the trade. You can double up. Now, with AGAN, if I want now, I can put a stop in. Now, we always recommend knowing where your stop's going to be ahead of time, and that will allow you to size how many shares you're going to take. Yeah, well, I mean, it gives a stop, okay? And you can manage how you want to get out of the trade, but there is a stop right there. So let's say I wanted to put a stop right here, right on the chart, 332. You know, that looks like it's decent support, okay? So let's just do that. Put a stop price of 332. Oops. Sell. So there's my stop. So you see how it loaded right on the screen? So if I allowed it to move down to that stop price of 332, I would lose $46. That's what it's telling me. I can move my stop up and down as I see fit. I could put a target in. Let's say I wanted to put a target of $4. Okay, this is just demo mode. So I put that in both boxes. Okay, and sell. And it's a little hard to see here on the weekly chart. You can see it's up here. Stop at 4. It's hard to see right there, but you could see how much, if I allowed it to go up to 4, how much I would make. Yeah, you can't do trailing stops in the simulator, unless that's been fixed. I think you can do trailing stops. If you're actually trading using interactive brokers. However, I would encourage you to try it this way. Now, it depends how many trades you've got open. I get it, but trailing stops to me are just to me, there's really no science behind it. You put a 10 cent or a 20 cent trailing stop or a 1%. Okay. Yes, you do need the IB Pro version. Yes, but why not right on the chart use this as your trailing stop? Okay. If the trade starts working well for you, just start moving this up to areas where you think are good support areas, such that if it broke through, you should get out. Okay. So this is what I would do. I would, right on the chart, just move the line up to areas of support, as opposed to just a sort of an artificial, a 1% trailing stop or 20 cents, which really there's no real science behind that. Yeah, you definitely need the Pro version. IB Lite does not work with Brokerage Plus. And you can set up, as sort of demonstrated before, you can use the buy button on a chart. Basically what you do is you create a strategy and put it in the strategies. Well, the data feed is live. I'm not sure I understand your question. If you're talking about this, these are extracted from the watch list with filters, but if you wanted, if you added this one, it would be taking trades like crazy. Well, yeah, you can do pre and post market trading, yes. The only thing is you have to go in at limit. You have to go in limit. You cannot go in market orders. You have to pick a price. You cannot do market orders in the pre-market or post-market. No, you can't do that. No. So, to create one of these strategies, and this is what we call one-click trading. So let's just say again, you click on an alert, you look at the chart, and you go, yep, I want to trade that. So you go back to the symbol, right-click on it, hover over this, and here are all the buying and shorting parameters that you see here, or options, okay? And then you just basically click on it. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. You just pick how you want to trade it. So here's how you set these up. Also, I want to get rid of these. Give me a second, just want to delete these. Yeah, so see now it's short. Okay, so this is what you do. So you create a trading strategy, and here's how you do it. You right click, new trading strategy. So you right click, you have to be in the have to have the strategy, or click on the strategies tab. So you have your strategies here, and then new trading strategy. And then you give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? Okay, Jaime, let me get to your question just after I finish explaining this. Okay, I'll answer your question. So you create the trading strategy as long as it's short. You give it a name, and all these tabs have a lot of information you can fill in. I'm going to show you what I do. I'm going to show you what I do for my chart long $100 risk that I've named it. So obviously I gave it a name, I gave it that name, I called it a long, and then I filled in all this information. My order details, okay, super important maybe that you listen to this, because most people, you have to get into the habit or the understanding that not every trade is going to work. If it doesn't work, you have to have an out. You can't just, your out cannot be, I hope it goes back up, okay? So what I'm doing in the simulator is I'm risking $100 a trade. Now, how much you're going to risk per trade will have a direct correlation to your account size. You know, obviously you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. And it's going to be based on a stop loss. And you're going to see how that works here with the risk management. So risk management. So again, I'm using this. This is a test stop. You don't have access to it, but you can use the old VWAP stop. There's a VWAP stop if you want, but I'm just testing this, okay? And this is how coupled with this, the risk amount, you're going to see that it automatically will know how many shares to take. Now on this one, I also put a target of 50 cents. I don't put targets typically, but just to demonstrate how you can do it. So I put a target of 50 cents. So in other words, if I get into the stock at 1 and it goes to 150 and I don't do anything, it'll take me out of the trade. You can put a hold time, you can swing it if you want. Okay. So in order to use the buy button on the chart, that buy button right there, you have to designate one of the long strategies as a way in which you want to trade it. So I right clicked and I checked default chart long strategy. So when I use the buy button, it's going to use this as my trading strategy. So let's do it. So let's take Ruckus. Okay? I mean, this is just to demonstrate. So you can do this in a series of ways. Once you click on the buy button, you're going to see then the crosshairs appear. I can drop the price anywhere I want. So let's just say, for instance, if I wanted to only take this on a pullback, I could drop the price there. If I wanted to take it right now, I would drop it right at the price. Or let's just say, for argument's sake, I wanted to take it at a higher price because if it, maybe crosses the whole number, that's where I want to take it. But let's just take it right now, okay? So it just took the trade. I dropped it right on the price, so it took the trade. So why did it take 52 shares? Because if I take the 32, what was that stop? Yeah, it's a wide stop, a very wide stop on this one because, it's a more expensive stock, so it's a fairly wide stop based on what the VWAP was doing, okay? But if I take 52 times the difference between the entry and that stop, and I multiply, so if I subtract 30.07, that's almost $2, multiply that by 52, I'm going to get approximately $100 on the chart. Remember I was saying I want to risk $100 for the trade? So that's why it took 52 shares. Is that clear to everybody? That's why it took 52 shares. Now I could always move my stop up. I could move it up here if I want. Now the target is only like $25. I could easily move that target up if I want. Let's move it up a little bit. But that's how the buy button works on the chart. So everything I just said is all part of our standard service. Here is when you would need our premium service. If you wanted to do this, auto trade, say your alert windows, you need our premium service, and you would turn the strategies on. If you want to see the AI, you need our premium service. So that is when you would need our premium service. So I've got to give kudos to Fred in the YouTube feed. He alerted us to AGen. I'm sorry, wrong. At $2. Yeah, $2.98. Okay, so Jaime, let me see if I can answer your question from the YouTube feed. Okay, so obviously, you know how to create a symbol list or a watch list, a symbol list. Okay. So here's the format. It doesn't matter caps or, oops. Okay, it's like this. So it's a column, no commas. And it doesn't matter if it's caps. If you type them in lowercase, it'll automatically, once you load it, it'll automatically just put it in uppercase. But it doesn't matter how you load them in, but it's in column, no commas. Did you do that? So if you're copying it from a notepad, as long as it's in column form and no commas. So you did that? Just got to make sure you did that. I think I'm just waiting for another yes. Okay. So now, okay, so now this is a drop-down menu. So for instance, so now with your alert window or your top list window, right-click, configure, symbol lists. Now, if you don't see your list over here, okay, if you do not see your list over here, then you have to add the existing list, okay? So you have to find it and then left click and it'll move over here. So do you see your list over here in that column? I'm sorry, is that yes? Is that the... Yes, okay, so you do see it here. Now this is just a drop down, so it says only the following lists and exclude the following symbols and then check it. Okay, so the list is there. So there's the drop down menu, exclude the following lists. And then if you check it, as many as you want, but if you check that list and say okay, then that should be it. And then it's virtually impossible for you to see symbols that you have on your exclude list to show up in your alert or top list window. Yeah, try again. Make sure it's absolutely checked. I mean, it's virtually impossible. I'm not saying we don't have, there are no 100% bug free, but I mean, it's virtually impossible. Yeah, Fred, I got to give you a shout out. in my video today. There's a very nice call. This is what I'm talking about, guys. You know, and I will always, you know, if I see something in the YouTube feed, if I see something in the YouTube feed, I will always talk about it too. Not always, but I mean, if I catch it in time. But there it was, you know, 298. Very, very nice move. Yeah, I wouldn't be in both at the same time. Okay, I mean this is the you're in the more robust room, but I will give it to you because from 12 to 1, I take a break from a second here. So this is the YouTube link. So from 12 to 1, one of the other trainers at Trade Ideas, I call it, well, trainer/traders, takes over from 12 to 1 in the YouTube room. I take a break in this room that you're in from 12 to 12:30. Well, I'm sure glad I had that great early trade, pre-market trade, because I've taken nothing, been able to do nothing today. All right, Bad Bob. Oh, Kimberly, I'm not sure. That's a long time ago. Didn't you? Well, you asked about the last question I answered from you was, can you have this? And I said no. And I thought you answered, because I said, well, you can have it if you have our premium service. And I thought you said okay. I didn't send a message to you. Okay, if that's what you mean. I did not send a message to you. Well, I'm doing nothing because I'm answering a lot of questions. And I am not a pro. Yeah, maybe from another member, Kimberly. Yeah. Typically, I don't post messages to anybody because, you know, I usually talk. Real. Always good for a laugh. All right, what time is it? 11:34. So I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Let's see what's happening. The AGN, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not enough room now for me though, Fred. Yeah, I see. Yeah, it definitely has maybe room to hear. But nice alert, very nice alert. Give you a little shout out in today's video. Yeah, I played tons of hockey. All right, let's see. Well, I'm not getting very many alerts now. Things have really, really slowed down. What like TGI? Guys, if you're in the room yesterday and the day before, actually, I mean, TGI looked really excellent on Wednesday, had a beautiful move on Wednesday, released earnings before the market opened yesterday. Big, big, big pop. I mean, beautiful. Look, I mean, look how much room there was on that weekly chart for it to keep going. And then it just absolutely sold off, and the selling continues. Yeah, no, it is a miracle that I have my teeth. A miracle. So that TGI, man, I mean, a lot of times what we talk about a second day continuation on earnings, but it's a very strange reaction. Very strange reaction. Well, I mean, that's where your offset is coming into play, Dave. I mean, you may not be able to get it right at the price. You know, the stock is moving. So, for instance, you know, I mean, look, here's my time in sales for TGI right now. Okay, so if I say I want to get it at 732, place the order, but see, it went right to 733 immediately. So you can only you can and you know see how how this is moving. So I mean, you may want to take it right at 737, but half a second later, it might be at 738. That's where the limit offset comes in. You know, how far outside are you willing to go? The other thing, I mean, I wouldn't be too concerned about a penny. Boy, this one is really in trouble now. This MGNX, guys. MGNX, high flyer 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I guess, and then 2 weeks ago. And it is really starting to give it up now, MGNX. Yeah, I mean, if your spread, if your penny spread is if it's well penny spread stocks. I mean, yeah, but look at this one right now, 1917, 1925. So if you had a 3 cent offset or a 4 cent offset, you wouldn't get a fill, as an example. But look how quickly the spread can change, depending how So the spread is not constant, of course. Sometimes, though, you're right, though. Some stocks that are, could have a penny spread all day long. No, Kimberly, I didn't create it. It is, I'll show you how I got it, okay? So if you right click, first of all, I just want to make sure you're following me before I keep going. You can see my screen. And you can, okay. So if you right click on, say, an alert window, configure, symbol lists, add existing list. and scroll, scroll, scroll until you find it. See, it's down here, optionable. Okay, and so when you click on that, then left click on it and it'll move over here. That's what I was saying. I added that. Okay, but again, you don't have to do that if you use that filter that you used before with your options. I mean, you can do it if you want, don't get me wrong, and then you have to attach it. I mean, if you absolutely have to do it, okay. Then you will have to symbol list, and then this is the drop-down menu, only the following list, and then check it. But if you use this option volume today like you did before and add that filter, and just even if you put one in here, that means it's optionable. And that's what you did. You put minimum 500 contracts as an example. The reason I would do that is because just in case, you know, that option symbol list, I mean, it's possible that something might change in it and we're not aware. You know, but I did take a look and NK was definitely in there, but it's possible. So if you want to absolutely make sure, if that's your goal is to only trade optionable stocks, I would use this and just put one in there. So it's an optionable stock. Okay? That makes sense? Because like I just don't want to guarantee that, you know, you might use that optionable symbol list, and maybe something has changed. Maybe some stock that was optionable is not optional anymore, or something has been added, and we haven't got the list updated, or for, you know, it happens. Yeah, Valinator, it has been changed. Okay, okay. Let me. What time is it? 11:44. I see there's some questions I have. It's called Trader's Vault now. Okay, Valinator. It's called Trader's Vault. So if you go here, click on New, Channel Bar, and Trader's Vault. Well, I mean, if you think, I mean, Jefferson, we do have an RSI filter. So, I mean, if you think that using a high RSI will indicate overbought and a low RSI is oversold, I mean, we certainly have them. I mean, it can certainly maybe indicate stocks that are oversold and overbought using the RSI. No guarantee, of course, that just because a stock has a high RSI that you immediately hop in as a short. But you can certainly identify high RSI or low RSI situations. In fact, I probably have one. I know Real uses something. RSI reversals. Let me see what I have here. I'll see what I mean, and you can, yeah, 90 is high, 20, yeah, you can do that. Yeah, so I used 30 in this one, you know, but you can use 20 or 20. You can use 20 or 10 or 15 or whatever you want. You can, you know, adjust it as you see fit, but you can build your own. Now I use on the 5 minute, but we have, these are the RSI filters that, sorry, let me go to another. Here are the RSI filters that we do have. Okay, so you can have your different time frames. Okay, any other questions before I start taking my break? Oh, Barry, is there a stock of the week video on Wednesday? Yeah, Bill, I have no idea why the stock of the week, you're talking about it's actually Tuesdays, okay? It's not Wednesday. Wednesday is a Q&A. For some reason, and I don't really know why, let me just go to the training link. You see, these ones are all register, register, register. So you automatically get an email, when it's going to start. For some reason, this is a subscribe. This is the Trade of the Week webinar. Don't ask me why. We have many, many people who say, hey, I didn't get anything for the Trade of the Week. So I don't know. That means you have to subscribe every week. I really don't know what that means. I don't know why it's not all register. I'm going to ask Steve again. He's their Trade of the Week guy. Just a minute, a second, just typing this in. All right, so yeah, that's I have no explanation why that one is different. It is recorded, yes. It is recorded, yes. They're all on YouTube. Now there is a question I don't mind answering. Well, I don't mind answering any question, but Jefferson, here you go. And remember, it'll be up at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, Eastern Time, Sunday night. If I missed any questions in YouTube, I apologize. If I've missed a question, maybe just repost it in either feed, please. If I've missed a question. Adapt looks like it wants to start moving again, guys. Let's see if it takes out 10. Now, you've heard me say this. Just one moment, please. Now, you've heard me say this many, many times if you've been in the room. Look at what ADAP is doing right here. Basing, basing, basing. Look what it got to in the pre-market, up to $12, okay? But basing, basing, basing. So what we're looking for here, and this is something, it's obviously in play, you know, traders are just taking a rest right now. What we're looking for here, you know, if I were wanting to get into this, is certainly maybe a break over 10 on volume. What we're really wanting to see, let me make this a little bit bigger, okay? What we want to see is like a volume bar like that. Come right in and pop it right through 10 and get it rolling again. And we see this happen a lot with the really super active stocks. You know, eventually they take a little bit of a rest, take a breather, everybody's catching their breath, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, some guy says, you know, I want 10,000 shares of this, and boom, it pops. So what I would do, you know, if you have our price alerts, you know, even just set a price alert around 990, right at the top here. But, you know, but if there's no volume with it, and listen, sometimes it doesn't need volume, you know, it might just continue, but you're better off probably waiting for a big volume burst also, rather than it could just be a fake breakout. Well, a lot of times you're going to see it in here, okay? Now you can use the Momo up, you know, which is here. You can have them. I don't have it up and running. I'm finding that my basic new highs and lows are, you know, are really kind of giving that sort of information, but you can also use the Momo up, which is in the scan section right there. The Momo up, where are you? Momentum up, okay? Because then that has, that one of the filters is like a 1,500% increase on the 1 minute chart. Okay, and that usually will catch things like that also. But typically what I do is, you know, I've got this thumbnailed anyway, but I'll also put the price alert here, you know, because I want to see it. So I don't absolutely have to have an alert for it other than the price alert, if that makes sense. And then, of course, the way my price alerts are, where are you? Okay, so here's my price alert window. So I've already got, so there's my price alert set at 990. If I minimize it, if it happens, it's going to pop up on my screen. I have an audible alert set on it. Okay. I've sorted it on the triggered column, so I'll see it right at the top. And it'll also turn yellow and fade. I can't miss it, in other words. I cannot miss it. Even if I'm not right at my screen because I've got my headset on, if I'm wandering around the house, I'll hear it. You know, I have a very distinctive sound alert for this, so and then I can come racing up. I mean, our price alerts are excellent. What window was that, Tim? Enlarge what window? Oh, with the adapt. Okay. So, oh, I already did. Okay. Okay. Okay, Santosh. So what you do is there are only two options with our charts. If you right click on a chart, okay, there. So there it is, guys. So you know it's getting close, but is it on volume? I don't see a big volume burst yet, but it might be coming in. It might be pouring in, guys. It might be pouring in now as we speak. I'm going to take my break, but okay. So on the chart, so only two options. If you right click on the chart, properties, symbol linking. So it's either checked or it's unchecked. That's the only two options we've got. So that's why these charts all change with the same symbol, whereas my SPY chart doesn't. Now, if you're asking about can I link these two charts together and these two, no. Man, oh man. Okay, guys. Well, what did I say? Look at see the volume that's starting to come in. Remember, it's the 5-minute chart. It still has 2 minutes to go. So, I mean, there's the volume that's coming in. I mean, it's not that, but it's, you know, you can see that it's the volume picked up right there. You can, but I'm not sure that that is such a. I think you can anyway. Let me see. Configure, search. Yeah, no, you can't. Only 5-minute. Which is not bad either. All right, guys, I have to see who's taking over. Just a second. And there's the dreamer, always helping me. Yeah, you can reset your. I'm just waiting, guys. I'm going to be out of the. Hi, Mike. I'm going to be out of the YouTube feed. I'm just trying to see who's taking over. Okay, we have Andy taking over the YouTube feed. Okay, guys, those of you who are on YouTube, so I'm stopping. Oops, I'm stopping my feed.
Hello, traders. Do you read me? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, Mike C. Wait, no. Are you still saying hello to Barry? Testing 1 2 3. Can you guys hear me? Testing 1 2 3. Hello, hello. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. The volume kind of low. Thank you, Mike. All right. Looks like I'm in. Let me crank it up a little bit. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Is that better? Goodness, I have no idea what's going on here. Let me crank it up all the way. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, hello. Is it still low? Man, I think I got it cranked up all the way. I don't know what my mic is showing all the way. Okay, is that better? Okay, great. Yeah, I got it cranked up all the way. Normally I would blow you out. I don't know what's going on. All right, welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. My name is Andy. I'll be walking you through this hour-long support webinar. So you guys can just fire away at the questions. Let's see, I think I had one already. Let me go back. Ram asked, how do I change AI trade mode to aggressive? If you were talking about the, there's no aggressive option in the Holly. If you go to Holly AI and you want to set your long trading strategy, you cannot put it on aggressive. And the reason we do this intentionally, because with aggressive there's no stop, and we do not want people auto trading with no stop and walking away. Now, that being said, you can always put it on moderate, okay? And then you can, as soon as you get it triggers or something like that, you can adjust the stop to where you want it. But yeah, you cannot go in here and set this to aggressive, unfortunately. Well, probably fortunately. Eat the mic. Yeah, I just about got it. I'm eating it. All right, it looks like we're caught up. Just one question so far. Took a position in TRLY today on this off the 20 period moving average there. This is one that I had made a nice little trade in back here and this is what a lot of times what we'll do as traders. We get a nice little move, take the profits, and we look for a re-entry on a pullback. And you can see a nice little tag of the 10 period moving average. You can see my buy signal right there. So just like to point out things like that, what's kind of strategies we are looking for, and a lot of times it's not breakouts. We're looking for nice little pullbacks right there to the 10 period moving average. And the great thing about the software is you can create it to create an alert window to notify you on with entries like that. I think Steve has one called in channel 4 there called Jam Down. I'm not sure if this one would have been in there, but very similar pattern. And I have one called I'll Take That Thank You. Let me see if it came in there today. Yeah, there it is. Look at there. Got signaled right in that first bar this morning when it crashed down to this fast line. I'll be happy to share this one if you guys would like to take a look at it. It's very similar to the Jam Down that Steve has, but maybe a couple of different settings. Oh, that's right. Steve has a score filter in his. So yeah, it may not have come in his. He's looking for a higher score. I don't think I have a score column in this one. No. But that is textbook right there. That's the kind of this is what makes trade ideas so much better than the competition. Okay. Competitions, you can do a lot of scans and try to find levels of interest like this, but to find an alert, a real-time alert that's going to alert you when a stock is coming down and hitting your moving average there is so powerful. All right, newbie here. I'm confused. Could you please give a quick explanation on the difference of Holly AI 2.0, Neo, Omni? Okay, first of all, Omni is just all of these in one window. Okay, if you go to the Omni channel, you will see basically all the segments in one strategy trades window. Okay, right now, Holly AI and 2.0 are very, very similar, just maybe a little bit different with some risk settings, but they're very similar. Holly 2.0 is going to be morphing into a swing trading alert soon. Keep pushing Michael Noss. I know he's working on it, maybe working on, we got to build some more stuff in our servers to really build this like we want to. But that's going to be nice once we get a little swing trading strategy going here. And then Holly Neo, what it looks for is stocks that are in play. In other words, it's looking for good relative volume. These are a lot of times going to be earnings play. These are going to be news items. These are going to be stocks that are doing huge volume. And this was a beautiful call this morning. And really, if anybody's taking it right now, Michael's working. This stop is too tight. Okay, this is where, you know, if you guys are trading it manually, you know, and you're taking a position. I mean, nobody with this kind of volatility would be using, you know, this tight of a stop. I think it was like a 40-cent stop, but nonetheless, it was a great call. Look at the, you know, the aggressive profit in this thing is just, it's a huge call. But unfortunately, our current technology that we're working with, the stops, we're having a difficult time getting the stops to price in the volatility of a stock when it comes out with earnings, because obviously you have to factor in volatility on trades like this, and that is just too top. So probably what he's going to move to until we do get it fixed is using the high of day and low of day as your stop. So give it a little more flexibility there. But anyway, to answer your question, Neo is one that has been outperforming the others over the last 7 months since inception. But we do have to work on the stops. I'll admit that, because they're too tight right now. But good question. Let me put up all the trades real quick. And you don't have to go to the Omni channel. You can always go, if you have a default layout and have a strategy trades window in there, you can go to segments and put it on all. Okay, and it will show you all the and you can sort by conservative profit, moderate profit. You're welcome. Hey Terry, how are you? All right, looks like the questions are caught up. Yes, I'm happy it's Friday as well. Jeez, just moved into a new house and just got all sorts of things going on, and just trying to put everything together after work at night, painting, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend. All right, let's take a look at the market real quick while we wait on the next question. And here we have it. We kind of flirted, got close to the 200-day moving average, which we broke through about 4 days ago, 3 days ago actually. And now it looks like we may want to go down and test it. We didn't quite get there on this first push down. We'll see what happens, but selling may not be over with. Oh yeah, don't worry about that, Terry. Stock up on cold ones and get poolside. That's my plan. See if there's any other interesting ones in here today that had to jam down. I'll take that. This one did, but just never has recouped that 10-period moving average. So not a lot there. And there's a good chance a lot of these. That's a beautiful one right at the open. CG. You had to be quick, obviously, but there it came. Look at that, just perfect tag there. MMC, it was a little sloppy there, but once again, seeing a lot of them hold. There's another one. Ooh, that one didn't hold. That one's trying. All right. Another question here. Great. Got another new guy to TI here. All the information I see currently is overwhelming. And you know what? I understand. My initial idea is to scan for momentum stocks to get the right entry to make a little profit. Well, if you're looking for, momentum, here's the thing about momentum, okay? Momentum, let's pull up this ADPT here coming through. So a lot of times momentum is very difficult to trade, and the reason is because to have momentum, you have to have volume plus price direction, okay? So a lot of people come to me and say, gosh, I want to find these momentum stocks, but I want to see them before they go. Well, there's no momentum there, all right? A stock can be doing a ton of volume or be setting up perfectly, but until it goes, there's no momentum. So when you build a momentum scanner, you also have to learn how to trade it. This is why you can take some things. Let's just go through this Extreme Master Blaster. By the way, you can find this Extreme Master Blaster and Extreme Volume High-Low Pro in the Trader's Vault. If you have not been in there, that's all of our favorite alerts and scans in there. Check it out. There's some good ones. These two are both in there. Here's the problem with momentum. You have to trade it, okay? And a lot of times people will discount something just because it has a huge gap up. They're like, oh gosh, this thing's gapped up 20%. I'm not going to chase that. But look what followed that gap. Another 7-point move, and still holding its 15-period moving average, what we call the fast line. So even if you waited after 15 minutes, you still could be up $3 in this thing. So that is momentum. You just have to learn how to trade it. So our software will point out the momentum to you. Let's come back earlier in the day and see what's coming through here. I like to start about maybe 8:45, 8:50. You can get a lot of head fakes in the early. Well, there's a good example. Maybe waiting 45 minutes would have behooved you there, but came through a lot. If you were quick, obviously you could have made a nice $2 or $3 out of that trade, but that's the thing about momentum. It can retrace quickly on you. And let me remind you too, today's price action is bearish price action. So you got to really be careful trading momentum because sellers are out there. Okay, sellers are winning today so far. So there's days that are better than others. Obviously, when you're trading momentum, there's that SNOA. So there's a lot of opportunity in that SNOA. Let's see. Here's one that came out about 9:17. Actually, you probably would have seen this one on this bar right here when it broke that level. So you could have quick scalp on that one. But what I would do is go to the Trader's Vault, find Extreme Master Blaster and Extreme Volume, High-Low Pro, if you're looking for momentum, and just be careful. You just got to be careful with momentum. But this is where here's another one right here. Yeah, you'd have been chopped around right here, but look, it's finally looking like it may go some more. Huge volume today, almost 12 relative volume. Okay, that's 12 times normal for this time of day. Beautiful looking chart right there. So they're out there. You just got to find the right ones and know when to trade them. Look at this one from this morning. Gap near a close all-time high, 52-week high, and that's what we call a gap and go. you realize these patterns, have you a single stock window up so you can look over here and put in position in your range. You can see this is a 52-week high gapping up on huge volume. Those are the ones a lot of times that just keep going. Okay, on the new alert window tabs, on the lower right, there is a flip. Yes, Steve answered that question for you. What it is, if you have an A window and like this, I'll take that. Thank you, the one we just discussed. I could come in here and duplicate this window. Okay, and all you have to do is go to configuration. And right now this is obviously looking for strong stocks on the daily chart that are pulling back. If we flipped it, it would be just the opposite. It would be looking for weak stocks that ran up to their 10-period moving average. So let's see if there's anything in there today. Let's take a look at. Now we've got some ETF in here, I see. Let's take a look at this GSX. Okay, there's a GSX that's just the opposite. See, this is in a downtrend and it ran up and hit the 10-period moving average. See if we can find some more. There's one right there, the signal right there. Okay, weak stock that came and ran into its 10-period moving average. So it is working just fine. There's another beautiful one right there. Boom, hit its 10-period moving average and then reversed. So that is exactly what it's designed for you easily to take a bullish A window and turn it into a bearish A window. And all you got to do is take that one I just sent you and do just what I did. As the market continues to roll back over. And look how this 10-period moving average on the intraday. You can see it's the only thing I use. And look how it poked up on the 15-minute chart here. Right, this candle poked up. It came and closed right at it. Okay, and then tried it again and closed below it again. And now we're resuming possibly to go to lows. I wouldn't be surprised in the next days to see us have a date with this 10-period moving average and see if it can hold. You know, possibly around this area right here, which also marries up to these two kind of highs over here. So by the time it gets there, the 10-period will be higher, of course. So maybe even something like that. Maybe even today, who knows? All right. Raj Kumar says, thanks. I understand that momentum stocks would be difficult to start. Is there a way, any other strategy that you would recommend to capture stocks between 50 cents to $1 moved during the day? Yeah, I do have one that I developed, I think, for a guy one time who's asking the same question, and it's called Extreme Volume High-Low Pissant. All right, let's take a look at the configuration here. We'll just take a look at the bullish configuration. It is looking for stocks between 10, this is actually looking for stocks between 10 cents and $5. For in your case, we'll just make a little change here. And we'll go from 50 cents to $1. I'm going to put it about 110 because a lot of times you want to see those stocks that are breaking through the dollar level. So I'll just put it on 110. And looking for breaking out of certain ranges in here too. I have some average daily volume filters. I can take this down to probably 100,000. Some of these stocks won't do maybe a whole lot of volume. And looking for extreme volume. So what I can do is just let me just come in here and rename this for you. And I'll call it extreme vol. Let's just call it 50 cents to 110. All right. right, and I will drop this and share it with you so you can use it. Let's take a look at some of the stocks coming through first. There you go. There's a nice little momentum play right there. Would have been probably coming through this morning. Tell you what I'm going to do for this one. I'm going to take out some of those. Let me do this. Let me do it for both of them. Collaborate. No, let's see. Configure all. Edit selected. And I can't do it that way. I got to do it singly. What you're going to have to do is, if you this is extreme volume short, you can go in there and change everything in it. I'm not going to do that one too, but you can go in, just do what I'm doing, and go to configure if you're looking to short. But probably in most cases you're looking to go long. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take out this 10-day and 20-day range, and I'm going to add a position in. You want these stocks kind of a 5-day range. You want them breaking out of some sort of range. So I'll put a position in 5-day range. We'll just put we'll put 90 here. And what it is, it has to be within 10% of that range from breaking out of it. Okay, you got to be careful trading these stocks that are in no man's land. So this will assure you that the stock is close to breaking out of at least a 5-day range. And I will save and share this. Uh-oh. Did I go into the wrong one? Oh, I didn't save the. Let's see, configure all. Haven't edit selected and window filters. It's been so long since I went and renamed a multi-strategy, I forgot what to do it. Oh man, Andy, you're getting rusty here. I guess I just got to do it in the window here. Yeah, that one worked. I don't know why. Properties. There it is. Window name. Gosh, high, low, and let me do 0.01 to. I'm sorry, 0.50 to 1.1. All right. Save and share, and I'll drop this in the chat window for you there. And I'll just call it 0.50 to 1.10. There you go. Take a look at that and see if it works for you there. Oh, okay. I just read your. So you're looking to make move between. Okay. Yeah, you can if I'm sorry. Let me just start over again. What you can do is you can obviously go into any configuration. Like you can take one of these ones that we have in here, and you can go in and change the configuration. Go to configure all and. Are you looking for them to make a move between 50 cents and $1? Or are you looking for them to make a move before you see the alert? Because these will work for you. A lot of these are going to move 50 cents to $1. You can see this one right here moved $5. So what you might want to do is just take a look at some of the lower priced stocks or something like that. Maybe this low floaters, you'll find some ones in there. That test I told you about is a good one. You're definitely going to see close to a 50-cent move to a dollar on that one. Okay, yeah, these will definitely work for you. Go to the Traders Vault and take a look at Extreme Master Blaster, or both of them. You're probably going to find more lower price stocks in here because I have stocks between $2 and $10. I have stocks on for low float that will come in through here. I think it's set at maybe $3. Well, no, there's a price of $2.20 right there on this one. So. I do require that the stock is up 1% in all of these. So in most cases, you're going to see at least probably a 50-cent move on the higher price stocks. But you want to stick up to a percentage versus a 50-cent move or a dollar move, okay? Because obviously a dollar move on a $2 stock is a lot more than a dollar move on a $50 stock. So you want to keep it relative, and that's what percentage does for you. So if that does, if you're looking for a bigger move higher, you can always go in here and change the configuration, right? And go to, I have changed from the close up 1%. You can change this to 2, 3, 4, 5, or something like that, whatever you're looking for. See, that's the beauty about these things. You can grab these windows over here and you can right click and then go into any configuration and change it to fit your needs. Okay? These are just things that we pre-built for you. It may not, fit the parameters that you like. You can go in here and make your changes and then save it under a new window. See how my Truly's doing here. I mean, my Truly. Tilray. Yeah, pre-market, you just want to go, the best thing to do is go to the pre-market channel. If you find this, what looks like to be Dawn with the skyscraper, and that's going to be your pre-market. And there you'll see all the stocks that are gapping up and all the stocks that are gapping down. All right, looks like we're all caught up. Testing 4, 5, 6. Yes, probing 1. We got you. You're welcome, Raj. All right, we're all caught up. The spies went down there, got close to lows, but held on. Looks like we're finding a few buyers down here close to the 200 to this point. We'll see if they can overtake the these sellers. Sorry, I got distracted here. See, all these hollies are outperforming. The aggressive mode is the one. Well, that's a reflection of the stops, being too tight, and we'll be working on that. So what you're seeing here are some great ideas, what I consider to be some good calls. It's just man and machine. This is where you can take this and use it as an idea generation, what it was designed for, and then trade it manually, and obviously would, in some of these cases, just smaller size and bigger stops, because a lot of them are continuing in the same direction. They just happen to get stopped out right at the beginning. Oh, Zynga raising up from the dead today. Okay, here's another one. I did see it coming through here. Let me see how far I got. I thought I saw it coming through this. Yeah, it's just so much stuff coming through, I can't find it. But I'm pretty sure Zynga came through this at one point today. I just can't find it. I remember seeing it. Probably right here. All right, guys. Caught up. All the questions are caught up. It's a monster move in that one today. There's Zynga coming through this one. Maybe I saw it in here. See if it came through earlier. Oh, it probably didn't because I have an alert. I have it set for like it has to be taking out like a 10-day high. So that was the issue right here, which is fine for me. I mean, if this doesn't work for you and you'd like to catch them sooner, once again, you can always go in and take out those position and range filters that I have in there. But I can tell you this has probably saved me a lot of heartache because a lot of times you'll see these things, they'll run into resistance and just totally reverse on you and snap your neck. So I like them when they're breaking out of at least a 10-day range. Mike C. Mike C says, okay, if you play an intraday reversal to the long side, what scanners would or do you use? I would prefer to have the configuration involve consecutive candles and RSI filters. Well, I showed you that I'll take that. Okay, that one is a good one. And another one that I like to use is random acts of violence. And I think this one is also, yeah, it's in channel in the Trader's Vault. Now, what you can do in this case, what I'm looking for, if we look at the configuration, stock has to be hitting a new low. I don't use moving averages in here. It's pretty simple. All I'm looking for is the score. The stock composite rating, which I call the score, is has to be 70 or above. That tells me it's in pretty good technical and fundamental health, if you will, but it's getting hit today at least 2.5%. Okay, I don't want relative volume to be over 2, and the reason it is I don't want it to be a news item that's causing it. If it's news, it's probably going to be doing, at least over 2, in a lot of cases maybe 4 or 5 relative volume. And I also don't want to have stocks on earnings coming through here, because if they're selling off on earnings, more than likely there's a reason. Okay, so I kind of bracketed this to make sure the stock has not had earnings last night or this morning. Okay, so now, what I'm doing, all I'm looking for right now is a change from the close, but I know it's in good technical standing just because of the score. This is not 70 doesn't sound like a good score, but it's not that bad of a score. Okay, especially when you've had a pullback in the market. Now, I haven't looked at this today, but let's take a look at some of the things that have come through here. Now, I'll show you all you need to do is add what you said on that RSI. You can take this one and see this relative volume. These stocks are getting hit a lot, and there's not big relative volume. And a lot of times, these can have a nice bounce back here. Let's just come through here and take a look at what we're looking at. And of course, I trade these manually, and if I see something like this and I see it's down, barely meeting my parameters at 2.5%, maybe I'll wait. I'll put an alert in here right at this 10-period moving average, which it just hit, and maybe this is where I would take a chance at the stock. Now, a little bit different when the market's selling off like it is today. Okay, I mean, I'm not just going to go out and buy something, just because it's pulling back for me. And that's why I say there's so many variables to trading. And this is why it'll always be man and machine. Okay, I just don't think there's going to be ever any system out there that can outperform, and I'll go ahead and say it, outperform what the traders here are doing in a fund right now, which is just incredible, our performance. Because there's so many variables in the market, and you got all these algos out there tripping over each other, trying to find these holy grail, golden goose, and Holly is probably one of the best I've seen, but Holly cannot outperform us using Holly, using the machine, and using our judgment as well, and you as well as a trader. Okay, once you get experience, you're going to find out that there's that your exits are going to be better because you can see a lot more things than machines can see. Not when it comes to data. Obviously, they crunch data far, tens of thousands times faster than we can. But we got eyes that they, that I don't think they can ever, match up. There's just so many variables in the market. I don't think you're going to ever have any algorithms that just, it's a golden goose. So getting back to my example here, this is one that I would definitely use, and if the market is right, I would definitely take a chance. Look at this beautiful one this morning, MODN right there, bang. Okay, 2.9%, came down here right between its 20 and period. Look at that nice little bounce there. Now you can take something like this, Mike, and you can add. So what you would do is just come into configuration, maybe take something like this, or even I'll take that or something, and just come in here to window specific filters, or you just go to search and go to consecutive candles. Let's say 5-minute candles. You can add that filter and then just put in, if you're looking for them to pull back, you would put negative, say -3 or even -5 if you want to see negative 5-minute candles in a row. You could do something like that. And then you can come in here and do RSI. And you probably want to be consistent. So in other words, if you're looking at 5-minute candles, you probably want to do a 5-minute RSI and add a filter, and then maybe come in here and be careful how low you go. It's rare that you see, like 5-minute RSIs. What I like to do in this case is, but you can come in, let's say 30, maybe put 30 RSI. Or what you can do to make things easier for you is come in here and just add the columns so you can see it when it comes through. So we come in here, we go to search, we go to consecutive candles, consecutive 5-minute candles, and we're going to show column. Okay, and now we're going to go to configure again, and we're going to add RSI and 5-minute RSI and show column. Now you can see this always resets anytime you go make it into configuration and come back. So let's run the today again. And there you see some consecutive candles. AIG had 3 this morning. Let's go some of these, see if we can find. There's one with 4 consecutive candles. I just saw it. I'm on a 15-minute chart. It'd help if I put it on a 5-minute chart, wouldn't it? There you have it right there. Trigger. Down 3.2%. You got 4 consecutive candles, vacillated back and forth for about 20 minutes, and you got a nice little bounce. So Mike, that's what I would do. I don't need to send this to you because I don't want to save it under my random acts of violence. But you can just grab that, out of the cloud. I mean, out of the Trader's Vault there, and you can just add those consecutive candles. That's probably the way I would do it. Or you can come in and maybe put 2, 3 minimum. Let's see another one here. There's one with RSI pretty low. That was from this morning. There you go. Boom, right there. Got your 3 consecutive candles. So you may try it with 3 consecutive candles, and maybe an RSI. You can do below 20. I hope that helped you, Mike. Kevin says, "Hey, user 40. In the B plus in auto trading, is there a way to set an alert sound when the Holly takes a position? You cannot do it in B plus, but you can do it in here in the strategy trades window. All you have to do is right click and go to actions and play sound, and then you'll probably want to set up your sound. The two I like to use, I don't like sounds actually, but the two, if I were to use it, would be beep and text to speech. But yeah, that's how you do it. You cannot do it in the B plus window. I've done it in the strats window. Yeah, yeah. You want to be in the yeah, you want to do it. It's not in here, is it? Rocky and Bullwinkle, man. Now, you may be as old as me if you remember Rocky and Bullwinkle. Uh, so you were able to do it in the but you couldn't find it in the B plus window, right, Kevin? Yeah, you may want to have to talk when if you're using an audio from your server. Sometimes you got to make sure that's that. Yeah, I don't. It may watch me pull a rabbit. But usually, yeah, once you set those sounds, they shouldn't stop on you. Now, if you're using something like I said, a sound from your computer, yeah, you may have to talk to one of our techs. But yeah, I've heard some pretty interesting sounds, man. Barry has some. It's okay. It doesn't bother me if they only spit out an alert maybe every 5 minutes. But man, these ones that spit out, 10 every minute, and you're just hearing that same sound over and over, man, it drives me crazy. When I save a layout, does it save? Yes, yes. When you save a layout, that sound it should save it. Now it could have been that you made the adjustment and you forgot to save it. That would cause an issue. But if you save it, now what I would do too, it should save under any layout. But I always tell people, you want to save under your default layout. But it should work if you save under any layout. And when it comes to like your Holly strategies, uh, you were talking about the discrepancy between what Holly's showing and what yours is showing. It all depends on what you're setting up, in your B plus. Obviously, you can control the size, and you can also marry up your size So in other words, whatever you're putting in B plus, you also want to go to tools, options, if you want to marry the two up, and go to AI trade size and configure this the same as you're doing in your B plus, and that should that should give you your right totals, as long as you're doing the same exits, of course. Yeah. But it's just like if you look at Holly, this Holly channel. Now we're gonna have this set soon for whatever you do in here will be reflected in the channels as well. Okay, we're still working on that, but you can see like in my totals, they're going to be different than what Holly's showing. Look at that AVRN. Stop out. Okay, stop is being shown in conservative, and it's also shown in moderate. Moderate adheres to the stop, but you can see aggressive is up $1,600 in using my sizing, which is based on, I think, $200 per stop loss, and so that's 256 shares. Yeah, you know what? Exit is tricky. I have found the people that do best with Holly, they, once again, getting back to the machine and man concept, okay? And the guys that I've seen that do Holly the best are ones that trade manually, okay? They don't take every trade. If they don't like it, they don't take it. Great example is this AR, I'm sorry, not that one. Oh, we just shot up today. ARVN, okay? Let's get back on my 15-minute chart. You know, which was just a beautiful call this morning. You look at it breaking down the daily, breaking below its 200-day moving average, and for the lack of 50 cents, barely got stopped out. You can hardly see where the stop was. A good trader is, first of all, probably not going to get stopped out of this. They're going to trade it manually, and they're going to look at the daily chart, and they are going to reap all these rewards right here. Okay, just because you have a stock that's breaking down out of this level on the gap down, and then also breaking down out of this level, and then eventually breaking down through this level, and then bouncing back now. But so to get back to your questions, it's not so much the settings that's going to make you profit more with the AI. It's going to be your risk management, your ability to know which ones to take, which ones to pass on. I mean, some of them, are going to look good. And ADP, let's take a look at that one right there. Okay, once again, another great example. You have a stock that's very volatile. The entry's right here, and look at the stop. It's too tight, and we're going to get that fixed. But right now, if you're trading this manually, I would see no reason to get out of this trade. So these, once again, they're ideas. They're ideas where you can take and trade manually. So try to take some of the automation out of it. Let Holly, people always ask me, how do I use Holly? I use Holly as a very special alert, okay? That doesn't mean I trust totally on all her entries or exits, but if I see something like this, stock gapping up, trading sideways, I get a little alert. I like that. I'm going to give a chance on this one. You have a stock that's gapping up huge, but still not selling off, going sideways. And then you get a nice little range break here and continued momentum. So that's the people I see it that use it best. And get in the trader's room. Barry will trade a lot of these too, and he'll do real well with them. Yeah, Kevin, your entries. Once again, especially at first when you're using this, I would not do automation. In other words, let Holly get you into every trade automatically. I would do like I was saying. Take a look at the stock. In most cases, you're going to have time. Yes, it will be cases where it gets away from you. Maybe you look for pullbacks, but I would trade manually at first. Unless you're paper trading. If you're paper trading and you want to give it a shot, yeah, by all means. But you want to approach paper trading the same as you would with real money. Okay, and if a stock goes against you, man, the SPY is about to hit lows. Uh, you know, you wanna manage it. And even if you do let Holly get you into the trade, it's absolutely best that you manage it after that. Just because, take today for example. If you're taking Holly longs and you see the market just continuing to go to lows, you're going to be better a manager of that risk than the Holly is. Yeah, yeah. Trade the manual. Try trading manually and looking for the setups that you like best. I got to get to yes, Damien. Extreme Volume High Low Pro is in the vault. It is in the trader's vault. As we take a look at the SPYs hitting lows. If you ever draw any lines and want to remove them, you just highlight them with the arrow and then hit your delete button. No, no, Kevin, you probably don't want to go on vacation and, and set up the Holly. Zynga keeps hitting out. See, Zynga did come through here. It's coming through again. So Raj, getting back to your question, see, this is a beautiful trade here. Even if you waited for this thing to take out this level, many people will pass on that trade just because it has gone a lot. But look at that nice little range break right there. That's just beautiful. And then continued momentum higher. Okay, Mike C says he got a very small piece of SNOA. All right, well, hopefully it holds that. It looks like it tried to tickle through lows but bounced back up. So maybe, I'm not sure if that's where you entered, but hopefully it can recoup for you. It needs to get back above this downward sloping fast line that we have now. All right, guys, I only have a few minutes left in here. Then I'm going to be sending it back over to Barry. Kevin says, now trying to make my own alert from scratch. Select 2 triggers. That's good. That's good. That's what all you guys need to do. That's how you're going to learn the product. Is getting in here and going and building alerts. Just pull up a new alert, and like Kevin said, start from scratch. And what I like to do is, obviously you want to have an idea in your head of what you're looking for, and I try to imagine it, what it would look like on a chart, and that usually helps me as I'm building, my alerts and filters and things like that. Oh, a little faster move there in the SPYs as it craters through lows. Terry, yes, you too. Have a great weekend. Yeah, Kevin, what I would do when it comes to color coding, I usually have just used the default stuff. I would go to our YouTube page and watch TI University 401. Jamie colors, he covers the coloring in that segment. I'm not the best at it. I know you can go in here, and do certain, like you can see this random acts of violence. This column right here is color coded, and Jamie will go over that. But it's all about setting up these different fields, you know, and benchmarks where you want the colors to change. So it's a little tricky and a little, you know, getting used to, but once you get it, you know, you can figure it out. I haven't gone back and done it in a long time since I've basically got most of my alerts and top lists that I've been using for a while. So, but anyway, go watch that TI University 401. It'll definitely help you. And the spies throw in a big wick. That was let's see. That was a pretty quick wick there. What's that? You know, it's like $1.50. No, $1.60. All right, let me go over here and see if Barry's started streaming yet. I don't hear from him, so he's got a couple more minutes. Yes, Kevin. Alerts are independent of each other. Okay, so unlike filters that they all have to be satisfied, alerts run independently of each other. So you're going to get a trigger anytime one of those alerts hit. Okay, Barry's in the room, he says. All right, so let me see if he's ready to take over again. I'll give him a couple more minutes, or at least a minute. Let him know that whenever he is ready. Look at that SPY. Did some news just come out? That's a heck of a bounce right there. That'll frustrate a bear, won't it? It's got to be news. A little volume coming in too. All right, yeah, I'm just waiting for Barry to give me the signal that he has started streaming. Okay, he is streaming now. And all right, guys. Well, listen, you guys have a great weekend. All right, and we'll see you guys on Monday. Take care.
NBRV guys, I mean, look at the volume. I mean, you know, trading doesn't have to be super hard. You know, you just see, look at this volume coming in. I mean, it doesn't absolutely 100% mean that it's going to do something like this, but it's a great clue. And this has room to about 150. So can you guys hear me in YouTube now? Am I back on the YouTube feed? Okay. Yeah, Kevin, you mentioned the SPY. No kidding. Look at the SPY. What a... I mean, it's hard to believe that bottoming tail, but man, what is so the market? So we still have this little disconnect in the market. And meanwhile, ADAP continues to rip. Right on that, just when that volume started, just before I took my break, we were talking about that. All it needs, you know, I'd like to see some volume coming in. And boy, it started coming in. Maybe not on one fell swoop, you know, not one huge volume bar, but steady. Steady, steady, steady. Meanwhile, WRTC is also, this was one that, guys, I mean, you're looking for momentum plays. I mean, this basic new highs and lows, it may not say Momo and all that, but it's pretty, if you had this window and a couple others, right, all you need. If you like to play the ones that are breaking out to new highs or breaking down to new lows. If you're looking for pullbacks, no. And there's even an RBI, red bar ignored. Look at that. So there's the trend. There's the red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then the trend continues. One of the things probably helping also with ADAP. No, it is shortable. Okay, I guess that's your. Yeah, they've been drying up. I think at the beginning of the day there were about 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. Now there's about 140. So people are trying to really snap up these shorts. But I mean, you look at it, and there is the resistance. I mean, it's pretty stern looking resistance on the monthly chart for ADAP. Around 1360. So I mean, it's in theory, it still has about $1.50 to get to resistance. All right, guys, listen. I'm going to do my video now. Let's see, it's 1:03. I should be back no later than 1:30. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute. So we'll see you in about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes or so, maybe a little earlier. All right, guys, I'm back. And somebody asked about, it'd be nice to know ahead of time about some of these. Well, and I was thinking when I was, obviously I talked a little bit about SNOA. You look at yesterday's trade. There was no clue whatsoever. Only after hours, but there was no clue whatsoever that this was going to happen. There was. Try to bring this chart. I mean, look at the trading. This is a 15-minute chart. Look at the trading in SNOA at the end of the day, all day. Nobody knew. Well, obviously somebody would know, but it's not like there was any leak of this information. This was doing absolutely nothing all day long. It was just a boring looking. If you were trying to trade this one, it would have been boring as anything. And then after hours is when they. So it's not like there was a little glimmer, that maybe something's happening. Maybe a little pop up to here, and then after hours it exploded. Not at all. Not at all. Nothing. I'm not saying that that's the case all the time, of course, but it's just that obviously I traded that one in the pre-market, and there was no clue that was going to be happening. All right, I'm just trying to see if there are some questions. You know what? We get the question all the time. News. I mean, we do have a news tab. Okay. You want your news? You want your news? Here's your news. I mean, volume and things like that. There's your news. I mean, I'm not trying to be flip, but by the time you see a press release, maybe analyze it. I mean, the stock could be moving already. You know that there's something going on with the stock when it has a jump. And so whether you see it instantly in a news release, yeah, it's kind of nice to see what the news is. I get that. But okay, Ital Designer, I have some videos just for you. I would encourage you to watch these videos. They're short little videos. We call them 20 short. I call them 20. Oops, let me get rid of that. 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can do it faster if you want. They're very short videos, but start from the scratch, okay? And what is a top list? Build a top list, an alert window, multi-strat, the whole bit. And at the end here, 3 videos on Brokerage Plus, okay? So I would encourage you to watch those videos. Excuse me. Well, I mean, those videos basically tell you about the platform and what you can do with the platform. I'm not sure, how you can build alert windows, how you can build top list windows, how if you have our premium service, how you can use the AI. I'm not sure what more you'd be looking for. But they're short videos. They are short videos, okay? They're not hour-long videos or anything like that. We say 20 videos in 20 days, but you can obviously go at your own speed. Oh man, that WRTC. Remember I was mentioning this? There's that red bar ignored, guys. I talked about that red bar ignored right here. Does it always work? Do they always work like this? In fact, you know what? You want to, let's see, what did this do here? You should print this chart. This is a great example of a red bar ignored. Print this chart right now. Okay, like right now before it starts to drop. We have a tremendous uptrend. All right. We've got that red bar totally engulfed by that previous green candle. Okay. Even a little bottoming tail. Remember, that meant the sellers were trying, but the buyers knocked it, closed it here with a very narrow bar. Next candle is green just above the high of that red candle, and the trend continues. Now, do they all work like this? Of course not. But if you want this to me is like the poster child for what we call the red bar ignored. Trend, pause in the trend, continuation. Doesn't matter what time frame, but I mean, this is probably as good as you're going to see. So, print this chart, put it on your wall. Fact. No. Give me a second here. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Oh yeah, we knew that, George. That was yesterday. Yeah, I mean we knew the news. So it's right here. Do I still have that? Is that it? Just a second. No. In the link section, right here, 20 short video lessons right there. Can you find that? And just click on that link. That's in the link section in the trading room. Yeah, I agree, but I mean, with all the print screen, I mean, I love this little tool, this guy here. I love this thing, boom, just do it, goes to the clipboard, done. Remember Real talked about Pan American Silver quite a while ago. So kind of bounced off the VWAP, didn't it? There's the VWAP 2903, so it bounced off the VWAP so far. Yeah, sanguine. So it's not so much swing trades. I mean, any alert that you get with the AI, even any alerts you're getting in my watch list, if it trades well, if it trades, towards the end of the day, it's kind of near the high, and there's not a lot of short term, near term resistance. You can make a determination whether you want to trade or swing it or not. Okay, it's not. How well did it trade? Where did it end up? What sort of resistance is there if you're shorting? What sort of support is there? And if you're going long, what sort of resistance is there near term? Then you can make up your mind whether or not you want to swing it. So you get the alert in the AI, and then you can make up your mind if you want to swing it or not. You know, if it fits your trading style or plan. But our VWAP is the same, 2903. No, it didn't hit the VWAP. No, it there's the we have the same. I don't think there's a discrepancy in the VWAP, is there? 2904, 2904. Yeah, it didn't hit it. Now look at ADAP. There's your big red candle. Hope nobody went out and walked the dog. The dreamer. Okay. Now this is not a virus play. Oops. See, I'm expecting painters to come over. Okay. Well, they could, yeah, it depends when they're going to do it. Are they going to do it now? Yeah, we don't talk about how much money we make in the room. Something happened to the sound. How about my screen? Did the screen go too? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I actually didn't do anything. It just muted itself. Okay. Yeah, we don't actually talk about how much money we make in the room, but I'm happy for you that you made $400. So we were talking about ADAP. Yeah, likelihood of they're doing a financing of some sort. You know, stock that was sitting around 5, it hits whatever it hit, 1270 or so, ripe to do a financing. I didn't even realize Nordstrom's is an earnings play today. Just resting here now, Nordstrom's, JWN. Look at Macy's. Look at Macy's. Look at the consolidation on that 15-minute chart on Macy's. Same thing for Macy's. I mean, who knows? Maybe out of nowhere, somebody's going to say, you know, I'm going to take a chance on this, and maybe you get like a volume burst, and who knows? It's a big float. You get a big volume burst, and it starts to move one way or the other. I mean, it's got room on the upside or the downside. You know, we're right in no man's land right now. You know, there's the upside, and of course there's the downside. Yeah, I'm not. Nah, it looks pretty good. 63.46, 64.27. Yeah, not bad. I'm just not into the more expensive ones. Ah, here's one I completely and utterly missed, just as I was going to take my break. Sugar. Look at that. The Araya trade, ARYA, 1162, 1232 now. Shoot. Trade ideas? Yeah, I mean it's a web-based. We have our web-based version, so it should not be an issue whatsoever. So that is really that's very strange. Yeah, well, it was sugar. Still, you know what? I mean, you and I have. I know you always talk about no volume. 500,000 shares. It's trade. The big thing. What's the spread? The spread. The spread's a little crazy, but the relative volume is huge. Yeah. So yes, you are able to use. And it shouldn't matter what browser. Shouldn't matter what browser. Well, I mean, depends where I get it. I mean, believe me, if I got it at 1162, or even here, I mean, that's a great percentage move. Even if I could only sell it down here, it's 1225, 1230. I'm not going to have 500,000 shares, Kang. um, yeah. So I don't have an answer for that. Unable to make it work. Phone, I've never tried. But certainly, I mean, a tablet or so it definitely works. I mean, I have it on my tap. I have a Chromebook. To be fair, I have that beautiful Pixel book. All right. Have I caught up to all the questions? If I haven't answered your question, then I apologize. Maybe just please repost. Lululemon. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, are you talking about on the red bar ignored? Like on that one that we were talking about before, the WRTC, as an example? So on this one, well, first of all, that candle did not really zoom. So I would be able to wait on that one. But the minute it's above 584. I mean, it was only a penny above it. So I would be waiting just a little bit, probably even taking the high of that candle out before I got in. It's kind of a feel play on this particular one. But had that candle been like really moving, I would be in. Okay, Mohammed, can we make all trade ideas tabs into one in the taskbar? So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. I mean, here's the taskbar down here. Here are all the, you can see the pop-up. Here's the pop-up showing me all the windows I've got. Are you talking about literally taking a screen, like one of these windows, and putting it in the taskbar? I don't think so. Never tried that, if that's what you mean. Yeah, because George, in that particular case, there was no mad rush. It was only a penny above the high there, so you could wait a little bit. And that one, like situations can be different, but in this particular one, there'd be no mad rush to do it. Nice to hear, the dreamer. Yeah, there are plans. I mean, the plan is to try to get the web-based version, as close, obviously, to the app as possible. I'm not a programmer. I don't know what the technical difficulties or challenges there are. I know one of the challenges is to get external linking working. Brokerage Plus is definitely we're working on, and indicators, yes. So there are plans, yes. Do not ask me when. Mohammed, I'm not sure I understand. Can you make all the windows into one window? Geez, I just don't understand what you mean. I mean, so you're saying here are all the windows, here are all the trade ideas windows. I'm going to say no because I've never seen that question before, but maybe I'm just not quite understanding what you mean. I don't. Well, but he says, can we make all trade ideas tabs into one in the taskbar? And then he says, can we make all the windows into one window? I don't combine tabs in the taskbar. I mean, this is the taskbar, right? I don't think he means a multi-strategy window, no. No, I do apologize. I'm not quite understanding what you're looking for. I mean, here's the trade ideas icon in the taskbar. When you hover over it, yes, I mean, here are all the individual windows. I cannot, I mean, I can bring them all up at once, windows, and then show all. So I go right here, I go Windows Show All, then I can see them all, but not 100% sure that's what you mean. Oh, that helps you. Okay, there you go. Maybe that helps you too, Mohammed. I'm not sure. From the toolbar, Windows Show All. Well, the show all can help sometimes too. Sometimes you get an annoying sound alert. You don't know which window it's coming from. You're looking at your windows you've got, not realizing that there's some window that you have minimized that you have a sound alert on. Did yeah, steady. Did you say that your IB crashed on you? No, Raj, we're not. It's something they're trying to develop. Ugh, that's too bad. Yeah, it must be because I have to say, in it's either 3.5 or 4.5 years I've had IB. Certainly in the last 2 years, I have not had, or even 3 years, I have not had IB crash on me. Crash, in other words, well, crash, like boot me out of the program so that I have to reload it. That's tough. So Raj, no. Right now there is no way. I mean, it's not effective. The email alert. Somebody asked, "Can you get email alerts?" It's not effective at all, and I know that's another thing they're trying to work on. See, only one page. Okay, I still don't get it. Okay, so here are all the windows I've got, including charts, etc. When I hover over my taskbar, then I can just pick whatever one I want if I want to open it. Mohammed, listen, I may not be giving you the answer you're looking for, so maybe you can, if you want to go to the home page and ask that question, we have some texts there. Maybe they can help you. Okay? Sorry, do apologize, but if you go to the home page and maybe ask that question, I'm just not quite understanding. Yeah, it might be something simple that I'm just not quite. It's funny. Today has been a day where I've had more technical questions than compared to how do I do this within trade ideas, which I don't consider technical questions. I've had more technical questions today than normal, and that's not really my forte, unfortunately. So, White House is going to talk at 2 o'clock. What's the over under at 2 o'clock? I've never. How about 2:10, 2:15? No, it's interesting. It's almost it exactly. Unfortunately, I just was not able to hold on. But I was thinking, could this do what ABio did yesterday and get up into the 20s? And it just about did. SNOA, guys. Okay, look what it's starting to do. Let me just back this out just a little bit. Yeah, okay, on the 15-minute chart for SNOA, look what it's starting to do. There's a little pop and a little pullback, but it's just kind of staying in this area. What if we get a volume bar like that, or the second one now, or or sometime within about half an hour or so, get traders interested again. So I mean, it's just kind of stabilizing just over 13. So I'm going to set a price alert just around 1340 or so. Does ALRN look like, let's see. Okay, well, it's, yeah, sort of. I mean, it sort of does in terms of the consolidation and all. Same sort of thing. Get a volume bar like this later on. The only thing about it, let's take a look on that monthly chart. I mean, it's got room maybe to 2. I mean, that's it though. Well, I'm not saying it would stop there, but on that monthly chart, looks like there's a fair amount of resistance right around that 2 level. So it doesn't have that. If it took that out, then look out. But also, does it have any news? I mean, it's only up 20 cents. Yeah, you need some news for it. The volume is completely tapered off. All that volume was huge at the beginning. I mean, it's traded a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's tapered off. I'm going to say no, okay? We get the question a lot. Can you send via email? No. I mean, I know there's a way there on our account management section, but it's very slow. I wish they would take it off. I know they're working on it, but I say that about a lot of things they're working on. So some things are priorities, some aren't. Yeah, no, I know. Text alerts, I know. Okay, is there a window that I can create to just show me the list of stocks with buy signal triggered? Okay, Raj, so I'm not 100% sure, like what a list of stocks with buy signal triggered. What do you mean by a buy signal? I mean, I've got my basic new highs and lows, so a stock makes a new high, doesn't mean it's you buy it. So what do you mean by a buy signal? If you're talking about the AI, it's the only one that really, is automated. Okay, you're talking about the sideways blue arrow where it says buy as an example in ALRN? Is that what you mean? Okay, no, there was not a list of stocks. Well, I shouldn't say that. Do you have our premium service? Because if you have our premium service, you can do a history. Okay, then you can do a history. Time frame, and you can. There's not going to be just a list, but you'd have to do a little bit of work. So, for instance, if I did history yesterday, so here they are, and if you just wanted to see buys, then you would just all long strategies as an example. Well, real time is, of course, when it happens. I mean, obviously, I'm not understanding. Obviously, this is in the past. This is just telling you what the AI looked at in this stock in the past. I mean, obviously, these are real time. Maybe you don't have this window. I mean, I would be loading from the toolbar. I would be loading new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. You load it in the morning before the market opens and just wait for the alerts. These are all the real-time alerts. Does that answer your question? Yeah, exactly. These are the real-time alerts. Just load this window. The real-time alert, tells you the time of the alert. There's the entry price. There's the stop price, and you can manage the trade. And as I was explaining earlier, a great column to have is this re-entry time and re-entry price. So I mean, the AI got stopped out of ADAPT early. The entry was at 965. It got stopped out at 939. Pretty tight stop for that type of a stock that's really flying. And then there was a re-entry at 952, and look what it did from there. 952. I mean, what did it get to? 1273. The ARVN, the same thing. This was a short. The entry was 3801. It got stopped out at 3840, another fairly tight stop. And then it gave you a second chance to get in at 3821. And, from 3821, it got all the way down to 30. Yeah, so just load that window. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every morning. So if you have a layout, and then you can just, again, go to from File, New, and then again, the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And then you can put it somewhere, wherever you want to put it. And then you can incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to do that every day. Ooh, boys, I'm starting to, I'm fading here. I'm not going to complain. I mean, getting up, I'm on the West Coast, so I got up at just before 4, and that's the only reason I was able to take the SNOA. So I'm not going to complain too much. There was the pre-market. That was about 4:11 my time, 4:12 my time. Oh, yeah, but most of you guys are getting up. I already put in half a day. Do I take naps? Not really. Let's okay, I got to keep my interest here. So let's just do some. Okay, I want to take this trade. I want to go long on this one. Okay, let's see if this one is. So I'm just going to do a little, or Avid. Let's go long Avid. Let's take 400 shares. What's the spread like? Good spread. Going to buy right at the market. Okay, so there's the simulator in action. Yeah, I don't trade very often in the pre-market, Ronnie. But today, as I sort of explained in the video I did, I mean, the only reason I took the SNOA trade was because of ABio yesterday. And the same float. It had, it's a virus play. The news, again, who knows if these guys will ever make any money? It doesn't really matter, when we're sort of just getting in, trading it in the moment. And it was basing, there was that pullback in the pre-market. This was after hours yesterday. Remember, this is after hours yesterday. So, and it was holding. That for me was really the key for me, was that it was holding the pre-market, and it didn't. A lot of times you'll see a lot of these stocks, especially these little ones, they'll have the pop in the after hours, and you wake up and they just start to fade. I was impressed by the fact that it was holding. So I said, you know what? I take this, put a stop at the pre-market, basically not the pre-market low exactly, but say 1066. Got in and what was the price? 1130. And that was it. And it was lots and lots of volume. Lots and lots of volume, so no issue there. And a low float. So you know the traders are going to start piling into that. No answer for that. The Dreamer, I think the Neo trades do not have. Neo does not have a target, I don't think, right? I don't think any of the Neo. And it's just the way they were optimized. You know, I don't have a solid answer for that. I know most of them have but again, it's in the optimization procedure. I mean, I never really paid that much attention to it. Like, well, what does it mean to have a dollar target? I mean, there's nothing, again, I always say nothing scientific behind it. But it's just, okay, we'll optimize it for $1 and see what happens. Or a certain percent. But why they all don't? No idea. Yes, this just got halted. Look at the volume that just came in. INVE, and boy, this is now the big thing for this one is that 200-day moving average right there, 462. Yeah, I don't even pay attention. The reason I've never paid attention to targets at all is because it's the strategy. It's the strategy that, as you know all this, I mean, the strategy is what has been optimized, okay? And I always say, okay, the strategy has been optimized for this, say a $1 target or 1%, whatever that is. But the individual alerts that you get from within the strategy should be managed. So, I mean, just because the stock has a $1 target and it's trading well and it hits, you'd never get out, right? I mean, you'd never get out if you're truly managing the trade. Just because the overall strategy has been optimized for a $1 target, as an example. But if it's still trading well, why would you get out? Just because it meets the target, the so-called target. I think that also, boy, this is okay. No volume though. No volume yet for Sonoma. I think the Neos they were designed for kind of all day holds unless an algo kicked in, didn't like the way it was trading and got out. I don't think there is a target for the Neo trades because they were designed for almost all day holds, getting out about 15 minutes before the market. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, to me, that would only be if you were willing to let the whole thing be automated. Okay, but if I were looking, I mean, again, because a $1 target means nothing to me, right? I mean, it means absolutely nothing. Target should be based on, okay, where could there be some support or some resistance? I mean, people ask me all the time, yeah, what's your target? I don't have target so much as I look to see where a stock could go. Okay, and usually that's way far away from any, call it quote unquote realistic target. But that's, where a stock could go is not what I would call a target. So consequently, then I'm just watching to see how it trades. How is it trading? How's it trading? Now, we could talk about risk reward, so I mean, if I've got to stop, I mean, before you get into a trade, yes, I mean, if your stop is 20 cents away, you should be looking at a chart and thinking, well, can I make at least 40 cents on this, a 1 for 2? Some will say 60 or a 1 to 3. So can I make 60 cents on this? I was sort of brought up in the school that, okay, a 1 for 2 risk reward is the minimum that you should be trying to get. No, that doesn't mean that I'll, if I don't like the way something's trading, I'm not going to absolutely wait for that 1 for 2. If it gets close and then it starts coming back down and getting close to where I bought it, I may get out. In other words, you don't want to risk 10 cents to make 5 cents. Okay. If you're going into a trade and you're risking 10 cents on the trade because that's where the support is, and you're looking at on top and there's only maybe, you only think, well, I probably want to get 5 cents on this, then you don't take the trade. It's not worth the risk. All right, guys, I'm just going to follow the support discussion that's going on, see if I can lend a hand. Oh, man, guys, some of the emails that I cannot divulge. Oh, it's 2 o'clock. Forgot. Did it start on time? A little after? Trade deal is on. Okay, well, there's a big green candle. Marcus liking that a little bit. Whoa, look at this one, guys. I've had this one probably on the watch list for a while. I may have taken it off because I don't see it on my watch list right now, but look at look at this one going forward. MLND, low float situation, 18 million in the float, great volume today. But look at the weekly chart, look at the monthly, lots and lots of room on this one. MLND. Yeah. The only difference is they don't address it to me personally. Now, Marco. You obviously chased it then. You had to get in right there. Right around there and write it up and then take some off here and maybe hold on to a bit. Let's see what happens from here. But you know that now, don't you? Yeah, look at that. Look at the big pop in the market right there. We've all been there, believe me. Yeah, we've all been there. You're not unique. I really, really try not to. I sort of jokingly call it my 11th commandment: "Thou shalt not chase." I'm not going to chase this one. I mean, right there. But I'm loving this as on my watch list, guys. These are the sort of stocks that make my watch list because they've got all sorts of room that they can possibly keep moving. I mean, it's up 26%, big volume for it. Only 18 million in the float. So I mean, this could easily. I mean, it's kind of broken out of here today, and on the volume. Look at the volume. The last time we had volume like this was back in May. We're still in May. Okay, first of May. Well, it's trading. It's not halted. That's a big gap up on it got halted at 440. Surprised it didn't get halted immediately again. Well, yeah, you see the news, right? Identify. I mean, again, whether it's fluff or not, but I mean, enabled body temperature measurement patch. Okay. That came out. Look around. Well, I'm seeing 2 o'clock. It might have happened earlier. Well, it's popping here, isn't it? It's making it into the new highs. Well, again, it's extended. I mean, it's had the big run. The only thing I like about it, of course, it's above yesterday's high now, just over the whole number. Be great if it would just base a little bit, just a little bit over the whole number. What was the high yesterday? 405. So it's just a little bit above the high yesterday. But obviously, looking left, it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly is around 6, so I mean, that's got a ton of room. This will probably make my watch list. Had earnings on the 7th, so that's way past. I don't see any specific. Let's see. Price is $1 billion of senior notes due 2025. So they've priced some notes, That was yesterday. It's usually twice a week, twice a month, the 15th and the 30th or 31st. In terms of the float and the short float. Yeah, I believe it's the 15th. Yeah, twice a month, the 15th and 30th. That's from our provider. I think that's typical unless you pay for something that is a little more, on a daily basis. You probably have to go to a pay site of some sort. Otherwise, I don't know. You might just want to Google short float information and just see what comes up. So again, watch lists. A couple of stop outs, turned around, up 15, 12%. This one did not get stopped out. Area up 8. I mean, these are great percentage moves. Even though they got stopped out at the very beginning of the day. All right, well, short-lived rally so far in the SPY. Big topping tail. Let's see what happens on that second 15-minute candle. Big topping tail there. This is the key candle right there. Will it keep going? Okay, so notice the volume did not really increase that much for the SNOA. I mean, it was a little bit of an increase on that candle, but not enough. Right there. What we're looking for is something like that or that. So, I mean, it looked maybe, and look at the 15, it's just sort of drifting down in volume. You need the volume. Another little guy probably moving, Super League Gaming, SLG. Now, again, the same sort of thing. Always be aware where that 200-day moving average is. SLGG, yeah, it's moving, but it could get stopped right in its tracks, right at 331 or 333. There's the 200-day moving average. All right, everybody's sleeping now. No more questions. Okay, just one moment, please. Yeah, we used to have that, 5 minutes left and one more question. How do you create a multi-strategy window with a parabolic equity curve? Boy, I'm tired. Okay, ADVM. What's happening here? Gap down and reverse ADVM. Oh, that's a long time ago, unfortunately. ADVM. No, Holly only works normal market hours between 9:30 and 4. Now, very rarely, I mean, most of the trades happen before 12. You will get an early one at 9:35. That's the earliest, but definitely nothing in the pre and post. So is that a is that a trick question? And then the heart that's something that I developed. It's not it's not part of the standard. I mean, I can give you my parameters. I mean, it's not. See. Unfortunately, cannot copy out of this. Otherwise, I just give it to you. Not that I don't want to give it to you, but you see, there's no copy. Trying to build a breakout scanner that picks recent runners with solid volume, like, okay. Also picking something that doesn't have enough range on the daily chart. So, no pre-built scans that I'm aware of, but let me give it some thought, Ramesh, okay? Let me just give it some thought a little bit. And okay, so you're talking about this one, the chart long, or chart long, okay? All right. So I have no, okay, so I've called it chart, it's a long strategy, okay, number one, obviously. I have no entry time, okay, no entry time. Order details, risking $100. I'm using a limit offset of -10. Okay, can I proceed? Risk management. Now, you don't have this one. I was using the VWAP stop before this. We're testing this one, okay? I mean, you can use the VWAP stop or another stop, okay? But that's what I was using before. This is just a new one that we're testing. It's not available for you guys. Again, I only put a 50-cent target because people ask, can you put a target? So the answer is yes. So I do put a 50-cent target. Just to demonstrate you can do it. And hold time, I don't have one. There's no hold time. That's it. Pretty simple. Okay. And okay, and now you're done. Meanwhile, SONA just probably, yeah. Okay, this is no bueno right now. Not on volume, but oh yeah, well actually it's it's parabolic on the 15. You don't see it, but yes, on the 5 minute, you're starting to see some volume. But I'm just looking to see if they've done a financing. Yeah, so Ramesh, I'm okay. So yeah, I mean, obviously Mark was a former runner. Whoops. Keep an eye on this. That they may be doing a financing. Meanwhile, SLGG did it take out the 200-day? 333. It's right there. It's right there. Just a little bit above it. It takes that out. Look out, guys. I mean, this could really rip. Yeah, Ramesh, I just don't. Yeah, off the top of my head, I just don't have anything that I can think of. I mean, I do have some scans that look for trend reversals. I mean, we do have consolidation filters, okay? So I mean, if you're looking for something that's consolidating and then finally breaks, consolidating over a number of days, and then has a break, I mean, you can do something like that. But I'm not 100% sure that's what you're looking for. Yeah, look what happened though. Okay, I mean, look how powerful as we speak, how powerful that 200-day moving average is. I mean, it did try. It got a little bit above it, but it is stalling right now at the 200-day moving average, and that's SLGG. Yeah, that is. I mean, it's not classically a red bar ignored because it's the same highs in both, but it's good enough. I guess it's good enough. The only other thing I like to see is a little, like, this is only one green candle. If you remember the WRTC, it had this big series of green candles, an identifiable solid uptrend. Then they had the red bar, and then continuation. It's not, doesn't look exactly the same as the SLGG. I mean, if you get rid of this, okay, but it's not quite the same. But listen, if it takes out that 200-day moving average with any oomph, I mean, it's got a ton of room. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about. The 200-day moving average is right there. And it tried a couple of pennies above, and the volume is good though. I mean, the volume is picking up. I mean, it picked up there. I mean, it's trading. It's 1 million shares for a you know, that's it. I mean, the volume it was doing, it was sleeping all day until here. Why don't you send that to info@trade-ideas.com? Okay, coming from a customer is more powerful than my complaining to them. Just what I like to track, Mohammed. The Dow Jones to me is, you know, it's old. We've got the indices up here. I could put the SPX, but I like the SPY, that's all. I mean, there's the SPX. I mean, it's almost the same ratio. I just happen to like the SPY, that's all. I know it's not quite 1/10, but it's close enough. All right, guys, listen, SLGG, it looks like it wants to take, it's not caring right now. Right now, it's not caring about that 200-day. I've never heard that before, though, in terms of the lag on the 1, 5, and 15-minute chart. I'm not saying it's not. You know, I don't use the web-based version ever. But let me just bring it up. See what you're seeing. Oh, it would take me a while to get used to. I mean, obviously, there's formatting and stuff that I have to get used to. Yes. All right, so let me just see this, just for fun here. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. I mean, there's not that much of, not that I'm seeing anyway, not that much of a delay. Maybe it's your system because I'm clicking on these symbols and they're loading into the chart pretty quickly. Might be your system because I'm seeing this is loading pretty quickly. You know, I've got a 15-minute chart here. It loads. Certainly not the delay you're looking at. I'm wondering if it's your system. Yeah, they use the same commissions. Yes, they. Oh, the candles don't. Hmm. Yeah, the commissions they use the same as IB exactly. Every strategy you build is saved to the cloud. I see Barry's Windows, so I could see. No, no, Ramesh. The Barry's Windows is just really to get people to focus on a very. I'm just watching to see if there's a financing coming. Just to focus on these three windows, okay? Most of the windows, most of the channels in the channel bar, they're just really trying to focus on very few things as opposed to having a whole mishmash of other windows. So it's really just focusing on these three windows. However, I am sharing a lot of scans. Okay, so you can do it one of two ways. Probably maybe the easiest way is to click on the room drive icon. It's right up here. It looks like a half open folder right up here. And where it says scans that I share and download. And it'll go to a Word document. And then all the links are there. And they're all defined. You can see right here, I have a scans tab. And so they're all defined like this. So here are all the scans that I am sharing. So again, if you click on the room drive icon right there. Okay, the charts are blank. Haven't had any issues today. Well, I'm sure they did a reverse, but I mean, with that float, no question that they did a reverse split at some point to have that low float. Yeah, not quite. You see, it's just really struggling to break free. I mean, it almost got a dime above it, but it's really struggling to break free of that 200-day moving average. Definitely going to be watching on. Why am I not in this one? This is really ticking me off. I'm should have my should. I wanted to be in this one at 15. Well, this one could be. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously esports. Yeah, I mean, this could. It had a great week, lots of volume, big day. Well, last 2 days. Today's the day through the 200-day moving average. So I mean, this could piggyback on things like GAN. So yeah, probably watch this one next week for sure. Yes, George. AESA, I'm not familiar with that one. I know those other two, but Allied Sports Entertainment. Okay, they're choppy looking daily, but low float though. Looks like they did either an IPO back here or a symbol name change. I'm all ears, George. Which one have you been posting? Gamble? Phone support is very limited, George. It's a lot easier for us to do it via live chat or, I mean, really the live chat. What question? No, I don't have you on ignore. Well, why don't you go to our homepage? I mean, just go to our homepage. Like, what features for what? You've been in the room for quite a while, so go to our homepage. You see virtually everything we have. Guys, I mean, this turned out very nicely. ARYA. It's now look at 500,000 now. Yeah, for me anyway, Tim. I mean, if I see a big bottoming tail, and then the next one is so a big bottoming tail like this, sort of like this, but it's something that's maybe more intraday. I mean, this is not perfect, but I mean, you look at the bottoming tail on the CRNC right there on that 15-minute chart. Again, what did that mean? That meant the sellers had knocked it down all the way down here. The buyers at least moved it up here, and then it's the next candle, which is key. There was a little bit of selling, a little bit of a bottoming tail, but the buyers looked like they were in control, and they were, and they moved it higher. Now, you'd like to see maybe several bottoming tails in a row rather than just one. But, it's always a war, obviously, between the buyers and the sellers. So eventually, one gives up. It gives up. Exactly. Real is trying to say, I mean, I sort of focus too much on the number itself, but it's more of an area. But, again, what I'm trying to say is, so there's a war between the buyers and sellers, and eventually somebody gives up. The sellers say, you know what, you can have it for a while. Yeah, Ramesh, I mean, obviously, and then obviously the topping tail is the same thing. Buyers trying like mad to move it higher, sellers knock it down, buyers try again, sellers knock it down. Eventually the buyers give up and hand it over to the sellers for a while. Yeah, not really, Ramesh. I mean, what I do, I have about 5 scans now, maybe 6 now. I'll be honest, I'm not sharing them because I'm trying to create the watch list for people to use and come to my channel every day and use them. So, but a lot of it is just I'm looking for stocks that might be turning around. I'm always looking for lots and lots of room on the monthly, daily, weekly, and monthly chart. I mean, if I could say one thing, that's what really allows me to put things in a watch list. Oh yeah, the quotes are real time. Absolutely. I mean, these alert windows, in an alert window, this is all real time. And when you say access to which windows in each of the channel areas, is that what you meant to say? I mean, the channel bar, of course, is. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Everything in the channel bar is part of the standard service. Everything in here is part of the standards, except for the AI. Okay, AI is premium, but everything else though is part of the standard service. Then standard is for you. Somebody's asking me, is it too late to buy Zynga? And I would find out if I typed it in correctly. Man, remember when this was a big depends what you're looking for. I mean, on a monthly chart, wow, I mean, this is, you got to go back all the way back here. I mean, this is interesting. I have to admit, Zynga is interesting. I mean, you got to go back 8 years before you start seeing these highs. I don't know I really don't know what is. I mean, it's a mobile game market, okay. People staying at home playing games, I guess. But that's a nice monthly move, no question. I think he's talking long term. I believe he's talking long term. Yeah, it's hard for me to answer, Mohammed. What strategies do I recommend for beginners? I mean, it's not so much strategies. I mean, it depends. And if you're a beginner, you don't know what sort of a trader you are. A lot of traders. I'm just a guy who likes to see stocks breaking to new highs or new lows. A lot of traders hate that. They'll only look at trades that are something that's pulled back, like it's made a high, but it's pulled back, and then they get in there. So I honestly don't know. I mean, what I try to do for beginners though is create this watch list so you can only you only have to watch a few stocks at a time. The other thing is that's why we have our simulator here, Paper Trade. You can start to create. You can start to you can start to trade. Using our simulators, using our real-time data. But there's no shortcut. There's no shortcut to kind of reading charts a little bit. I mean, maybe somebody else has a better answer. I don't know. The one thing, it's not so much a strategy, but it's more discipline. You have to. We always talk about having a stop. If the trade works against you, get out. Don't start to second guess. You should have basically the same sort of risk amount per trade in terms of a dollar value. You don't want to risk $100 one trade and $300 the next and $500 the next and $50 the next. It should be consistent, and that should correlate somewhat, not somewhat, it should have a correlation to your account size. When you're starting out, you probably want to take fewer shares and put wider stops because, when you're starting out, your eyes are immediately drawn to your P&L. And you start taking way too many shares for your account size, you'll become an emotional wreck. Well, I do. I mean, I think you should paper trade before you do anything. Paper trading is not the be all and the end all, but as I used to, I didn't create the phrase or come up with the phrase, but can almost guarantee that if you cannot make money paper trading, you will not make money when you have to commit your money. Your real money. But being a good paper trader does not necessarily translate into, a good trader when you have real money. I do not have anything called bounce for the blog. That I can absolutely. Maybe it's somebody else. I do not have bounce for the blog. I've never heard of it. Yeah, so Big Pat, I mean, when you look at Zynga, I mean, it's obviously got room. I mean, it's had a great day. It's breaking out. Where are you going to put your stop? Maybe around 760 or so in that area right here. But I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room. I don't think I've never used that term bounce for the blog. Maybe it sounded like, I'm trying to think of what I might have said that sounds like bounce for the blog. It's not a term I use, bounce for the blog. I never trade the SPY. No, I don't trade ETFs at all, or the industry. I don't trade them at all. You know what, George? That's a very good a good point. If you've never traded before, I mean, I remember when I first did my first online trade, after having a live broker all the time, I mean, I really, okay, do I do it? Do I do it? Do I do it? Do I do it? And you click, okay, where did it go? Where did it go? How am I doing? Where's that P&L? How do I get out of the trade if I want to get out? I mean, seriously, it can be stressful if you've never traded before online. So paper trading, you may not have, it may not be the same. Of course, it's not going to be the same platform necessarily, but at least it gives you the idea about what is happening, buying, selling, getting out of a trade, and all of that. That's why I love, this is really nice. A big buy and a big sell, and some very easy to find hotkeys. So I guess the White House is talking about, well, I guess they're talking about China right now. So I don't know, so there seemed to be a glimmer of hope right here, but it's being dashed. Yeah, well, that's what great athletes can do. I see you found. Yeah, I'm definitely, that is not a phrase I've ever used, bounce for the blog. I've just not used that phrase before. It seems like, I mean, it's the daily video and it has me underneath. I mean, I've got something called bouncers toppers, but nothing called bounce for the blog. All the scans that I'm sharing, every scan that I'm sharing is here. So room drive icon, okay, scans, download, everything that I'm sharing is here. And one of them is bouncers toppers, but whoa, that's a big red candle. Well, that's putting that is putting a jam into the, when was it? 2014. I was a child back then. Well, I guarantee if I said something like that in 2014, I definitely don't have it anymore. Yeah, look at AESE. That was a good call by me. Ha ha. Yeah, I have to watch these ones going forward. It's the GAN that I... Yeah. Hey, it's almost 3 o'clock. All right, guys, so I'll be shutting the room down at 3, unless there are questions. Why would you wait to the last? Oh, I see. So you can have, yeah. So make sure, George, I don't know where you live, but make sure you know the time zone. Remember, it's 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, all right? So I'll just pop this in here. One last nagging for everybody because it's over. The big promo that we've had for about a week and a half now, it's over Sunday night. You too, the dreamer. Crash. You too, probably butchering the pronunciation of your name, but Anan? Last name is a tough one. Goods, I'm going to miss you. I know you start June the 1st. That's Monday. So you're always welcome. It is not Gownden. There's no way it's Gownden. If I were in the States, maybe, it sounds like it's got to be like, I want to say like Gunden or put a little French flair into it. Gundin. Oh, it is. It is Gownden. Okay, so that seems very Americanized. What nationality is that? Ah, okay. Okay. Ah, you're more than welcome, JB. Ah, okay. Yeah, the Boers. Not the boring people, the Boers. Thank you, Real. A lot more helping again, which is fine. I'm trading less, which is, I have no problem trading less. I'm taking what I consider probably had about three what I call really, really good trades this week. And that's enough. I mean, a couple other ones that were okay. But as you know, I never really wasn't like a guy who took 10, 15 trades a day anyway, so. Look at the SPY. You're absolutely right. We don't like what's being said. We don't like what's being said. We don't like what's being said. Well, that's a little better. Wow, we really like what's being said now. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, look at that. Look at that reversal. It's over. Okay. Well, the overall reaction is good. Obviously, market is definitely recovering. Big red bar ignored on the SPY even. Look at the volume. You see, look at the volume. Biggest volume bar of the day on the SPY right there. So whatever was said, market's reacting well. All right, everybody. Is it ripping up? Oh no, adapt. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm reading your name. I thought you were saying, well, let's come back. All right, everybody. Are there any other questions? Don't see anybody? I don't see any? Okay, so, oh yeah, there will be on Monday for sure. Okay, guys, well, have a great weekend. Great weekend. Rest up, and we'll see everybody Monday morning. Okay, so, and 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. I keep saying that. 9 o'clock Eastern time. And again, don't forget about the promo. Okay, Fred, I will. Thank you. I will. Bye, YouTubers. You get shut down.